Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Yunxiao's words. What if he was thick-skinned and pretended not to know? Mu Zhuang's face turned slightly red, but he was fine after that. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yunxiao, you flatter me." With his hands behind his back, Yunxiao said, "Our friendship will last forever. Don't forget that you're still in Langia heaven. Going to the eternal world is the most important thing. Brother Yiqian, what should we do next?" Wan Yiqian pondered and said, "The eternal world will only be opened when the 4 seals are opened. The Jade Book Pavilion has already unsealed itself, and we have just released the Emperor Pill Tower, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and the Heavy Equipment Tower. As far as I know, the other 2 seals are also controlled by the natural moat cliff, and one of them should have appeared by now." "Brother Yiqian," Yunxiao said, "do you have these 2 coordinates?" Wan Yiqian's eyes turned and he muttered to himself, as if he was thinking about something. It was not easy to find the Emperor Pill Tower, but they had escaped. Wan Yiqian was still half convinced. With Yunxiao's ability, he was not strong enough to let a building escape, but it was also impossible for him to take it all for himself without anyone knowing. So, he was struggling to decide whether he should take Yunxiao to the next 2 treasure lands. If he did, what would he do if he took it all to himself? If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to deal with the Xian Kueli flame or the people from the natural moat ocean, and he wouldn't be able to get a share. "Sigh. I'm so conflicted, Ingluo." Wan Yiqian couldn't help but sigh and couldn't decide. What did Brother Yiqian say?" Yunxiao blinked and gave him a strange look. Wan Yiqian was a little embarrassed and hurriedly covered it up. "No, nothing. I was just wondering where I should go. I have some clues about both of the sealed lands." After thinking it through, he decided to take Yunxiao with him, at least to ensure his safety. His friendship with Yunxiao was far better than Zhu Tianhan's. And with his understanding of Yunxiao, he would not stand by and do nothing if something happened to him. "It all depends on fate," Yunxiao said. "Let's go to the nearest seal. I'll count the recent Ingluo." Wan Yiqian pinched his fingers and began to calculate, his eyes constantly looking into the distance. Yifan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "But that side." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction of the sea. Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly, and his fingers pinched even faster. "Heavy Equipment Tower." He looked at Yifan in shock. He started to size him up. Originally, he was the most inconspicuous child. Although he was considered a genius to have such a cultivation at this age, they were able to step into the divine transcendence realm. Which one of them was not a 1 in 10,000 genius? Thus, they did not pay much attention to him. Wan Yiqian's face was dark. He stared at Yifan and asked, "What is this little brother's name? How do you know where the Heavy Equipment Tower is?" Yifan felt a little embarrassed. He smiled shyly. "It's just that I have a feeling in my heart that I should go there." "A feeling in your heart?" Wan Yiqian was taken aback, and his eyes flickered as he asked, "What is your name?" Yifan was about to answer when Yunxiao interrupted him with a laugh and said, "Haha, you're thinking too much. He's just a little brother I took in. I'm sure you've never heard of him before." If Qian was suspicious, but Yifan couldn't see anything, then so be it, he said. "This direction leads to the Heavy Equipment Tower, and it's the closest to us. I hope the people from the natural moat ocean haven't gotten it yet. Then let's go." With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao immediately wrapped everyone in a blue thunderbolt and flew in the direction Yifan pointed. Since Yifan could sense the direction, it did not matter whether he was there or not. Moreover, his curiosity about the eternal world was getting weaker and weaker. He was not as curious as the Emperor Pill Tower and the Heavy Weapon Tower. If he could get a large number of pills and profound-level weapons, he could improve the overall strength of Yanwu by several levels and achieve a qualitative leap. Even if there was an opportunity to become a god in the world of eternal life, it was far less than that in Yanwu. Besides, he was now a true immortal state expert, so it did not matter to him. Just as they were flying in the direction of the Heavy Equipment Tower, in a desert tens of thousands of kilometers away, there were countless pyramid-like buildings of different sizes. There were over 10,000 of them, and they covered the entire land. It was vast and majestic, giving people a feeling of the work of the gods. Boom! All of a sudden, the largest tower collapsed. The originally solid stone layer was like a rotten tree, turning into dust in an instant, rolling in all directions, stirring up dust that covered the sky and blocked the sun. Boom! Boom! Following the collapse of the largest tower, the entire desert seemed to have set off a chain reaction, and the rest of the towers began to collapse as well. For a time, the sound of things breaking could be heard everywhere. The dust carried a very strong, musty smell, and one could not even see their own fingers. The towers fell like dominoes and disappeared into the desert. Dozens of lights shot up from the dust and flew straight up to a height of 30,000 meters. Only then did they avoid the dust and see the white clouds and blue sky. The heavenly treasure pavilion has been opened. The reserves inside are indeed amazing. Even if we can't enter the world of eternal life, it's not a wasted trip. A sage-like old man was dressed in a brocade robe with white plum blossoms embroidered on it with silver threads. They were like proud frost and snow, and they complemented the old man's silver hair and beard. The old man stroked his beard and revealed a satisfied expression. However, he still revealed a regretful expression and sighed. It's a pity that the restriction is too powerful. I didn't expect the entire altar to collapse, and I only managed to retrieve half of the treasures. If only I had more time. Hee. Lord Murong Pingping, you can't be too greedy. Beside the old man stood a person who was also glowing with health. It was Xianxia, and her eyes were full of smiles. It's also thanks to our numbers that we were able to stabilize all the worship platforms at the same time. That's why we could take away a large number of treasures calmly. Otherwise, it would be a lucky chance to take one or two. Murong Pingping let out a soft sigh and felt relieved. He smiled bitterly and said, "After all, it's a bit of a loss to see such a massive treasure disappear from sight. TSK. I'm really looking forward to my next destination. I wonder if I'll go to the Emperor Pill Tower or the Heavy Equipment Tower? Let's stick to the principle of being closer," Xianxia said. "We'll go to whoever's closer. We can't run away anyway." He smiled at an old man not far away and said, "Lord Earthly Venerable, please use that ancient siling." Gongyang Jingqi, Kanggu Qiong, and dozens of sanctuary contenders were standing 100 feet away. There were experts like the finance minister Lanji and the shadow minister Shintu Ishiao. Among them, there was an old man holding an iron cane. His expression was relaxed, and his status and strength were extraordinary. Behind the old man stood a young man dressed in coarse clothes. He had a wide face and was rather ugly. He would not attract any attention in the crowd. Although the old man and the young man were standing among the saints, they seemed to be isolated and out of place. Gongyang Jingqi flipped his hand and took out an item. It was yellowish-brown in color and was made of neither gold nor jade. No one knew what it was made of, but it was shaped like a soup spoon and was simple and ordinary. If it was placed among the various treasures, it would definitely not attract any attention, and people would not even take a second look. TSK. If I knew that Gu Siling was in the hands of the Holy Region, I would not have waited for so many years. Xianxia was rather emotional as she took the yellow spoon from Gongyang Zhangqi with both hands, her expression extremely cautious. Then, he took out a green scroll and unfurled it in the air. The landscape of the mountains and rivers was drawn on it. It was endless and vast. The moment the scroll was unfurled, the lifeless Gu Siling suddenly lit up. The handle of the spoon seemed to shake for a moment before it flew into the scroll and began to spin. Finally, the spoon stopped and the handle pointed to a certain spot in the scroll. Everyone's eyes gathered on that direction, staring at it a few times and memorizing it. "Ha! This should be the Heavy Equipment Tower." Xianxia was in an extremely good mood. She laughed and closed the scroll with a hand seal, then returned the soup spoon to Gongyang Jingqi. "How do you know it's the Heavy Equipment Tower and not the Emperor Pill Tower, my lord?" Murong Pingping asked. Xianxia chuckled and explained, "The location we were at earlier seemed to be a flatland. From what I know, the Emperor Pill Tower placed themselves in the deep sea to nurture their alchemy fire." Murong Pingping sighed. "This Langya heaven is really amazing. If it wasn't for the four spirits painting and Gu Siling, Lord Gongyang would have to turn around and look around when he entered. He wouldn't even be able to find the north. Nanxiu stroked her beard and sighed. The Four Spirits painting has been in the natural mode ocean for many years. All the previous Kuan masters have tried their best to figure it out, but none of them succeeded. It's because they lack the Kigu Siling. Only when the two items are together will the space of Langya heaven be completely opened. Once the four seals are broken, the eternal world will appear. No wonder you've relaxed the restrictions this time, Morong Ping said. The requirements to enter Langya heaven have been greatly lowered. It's to break these four seals, right? Nanxiu smiled and said honestly, they don't have the Four Spirits painting or Gu Siling, so they're only here to make up the numbers. I'm indeed doing this just in case. I'm afraid that we don't have enough manpower if something happens. First, let a large number of people in case of emergency. Humph. My lord, you're underestimating the heroes of the world. Perhaps there will be all sorts of unexpected situations. Gongyang Zhengqi, who had been silent all this while, suddenly snorted, as if he was extremely disdainful of Nanxiu's scheme. Oh! Nanxiu's expression changed, and she hesitated before saying, Lord Gongyang would never speak aimlessly. There must be a basis for such a statement. I wonder what it is. Gongyang Zhengqi looked at him lazily and stood still in the air with his hands behind his back. He said without any expression, I don't know the details, but I don't think it's that simple. Tisk! Many people from the hidden sects couldn't help but laugh. Their faces were full of disdain and ridicule. They all thought that Gongyang Zhengqi was going to say something big, but they didn't expect it to be a feeling. This was clearly a show of his existence. When Gongyang Zhengqi heard the mockery around him, he wasn't angry. He only said leisurely, Have you ever heard of Gu Qingqing? Everyone in the sanctuary was shocked. They immediately thought of the mysterious woman who claimed to be Gu Qingqing in the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain. Nanxiu's expression turned serious as she said in a deep voice, I've heard about it too. Gu Qingqing, the palace master of Xianxia Palace, who sealed the demon clan in the Five Cloud Mountain, seems to have reappeared during the war between the two races. Gongyang Zhengqi continued, That's not the main point. The main point is that I've read a lot of records about Gu Qingqing. She did go to find the eternal world back then. She never came out after entering the heaven of Langya. Now, after thousands of years, it has descended and possessed a little girl's body. It's strange. Nanxiu was also a sharp-witted person and immediately understood what Gongyang Zhengqi was referring to. She said in surprise, Lord Gongyang, do you mean that Gu Qingqing came from the eternal world? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and began to whisper. Most of them didn't believe it. Gongyang Zhengqi said seriously, Other than the realm of eternal life, who else can live for thousands of years? And it happened at this exact time. If this is a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Morong Ping said, I've also heard rumors about Gu Qingqing, but it's a little too fake. How can you believe it? Maybe someone came out to play a trick. On the other hand, Nanxiu shook her head with a solemn expression. I've also investigated this matter, and Gu Qingqing's identity is most likely true. Since even he had admitted it, the people around him were even more shocked, and the whispers continued, all of them making various guesses. Nanxiu ignored everyone's whispers and continued, Even if Gu Qingqing really came from the eternal world, it doesn't mean anything. The seal of the Jade Book Pavilion had opened by itself inexplicably in the early years. Perhaps it was related to this. Without any concrete information, everything was just a hypothesis. We just need to follow the plan step by step. And it's not just Gu Qingqing. Perhaps there will be many unexpected changes. I think that Li Yunxiao will be a key figure in the future, and his trip to Langya Heaven this time may also bring unexpected changes that will catch us off guard. Yes, that Li Yunxiao is by no means a good person. Why don't we join forces and kill him completely? One of them said angrily, as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between them. Everyone's eyes looked over. The person who spoke was the sect master of the Jade Drop sect, Yin Hui. Along the way, everyone had noticed him. For some reason, he gave people a feeling of weakness, as if he had suffered a very serious injury. Only a few people knew that Yin Hong had been injured by Yunxiao, and that he had only managed to escape to Langya Heaven after a narrow escape. Nanqiu Yu furrowed her brows slightly before returning to normal. She said calmly, "It's extremely unrealistic to kill Li Yunxiao now. This man has the will of heaven. Not only is his strength unpredictable, but there are also countless experts in the holy artifact, and his strength is no less than any sect in the world. Lord Yin Hui, I advise you to recognize the situation and stop going against Yunxiao. It's best if you can find a chance to bury the hatchet. That's the best choice." Yin Hui's expression changed several times, and anger appeared on his brows. He snorted coldly, "Even if Darren doesn't agree with this method, you don't need to treat me like this. What do you mean by recognizing the situation?" "Humph. I think that Li Yunxiao is arrogant and nonsensical. I don't know how many people he has offended, but there are many people who want to take his life. Sooner or later, he will die. I'll unite everyone's strength to deal with him. This is the only way to go with the flow and recognize the situation." Nanqiu Yu sighed and shook her head, knowing that it was useless to say anything more. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Lord Yin Hui, you're on your own. Let's hurry and find the heavy equipment tower." In his opinion, Yin Hui would only be digging his own grave if he continued to be stubborn. However, the friendship between the two was only so. He had already done his best by giving Yin Hui some advice. As for whether Yin Hui would listen to his advice, it was no longer his business. The warriors of the natural moat cliff immediately released a huge battleship, and everyone flew into it. Countless formation lights were activated on the battleship, and it turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky above the desert. Several days later, above a basin with no end, several rays of light flew forward. The flying lights, big and small, were divided into several groups. They were Yunxiao and the others. Suddenly, Yifan called out softly, "We're here." Everyone immediately stopped and stood 30,000 meters in the sky. There were no buildings in sight. Wang Yiqian counted with his fingers and looked at Yifan suspiciously. "Are you sure?" Yifan himself was also a little lost. He shook his head. "I don't have any proof, but the place I'm worried about should be here." "Missed." Wang Yiqian pulled a long face and said unhappily, "Isn't this too much of a child's play?" Yifan was a little embarrassed and his face turned red. Yunxiao smiled and asked, "What's Brother Yiqian's judgment?" Wang Yiqian's eyes flashed and he looked around for a while before saying, "I'm using the calculation method left by my ancestors, but I can't calculate the exact location. Only the 4-spirit map of the natural moat ocean can point out the exact location. Previously, the Emperor Pill Tower happened to be on an island. It was the only island in the entire ocean, so it was naturally easy to find." "Since Brother Yiqian can't pinpoint the exact location," Yunxiao said calmly, "let's search around this area. I believe in Yifan's intuition." "Yifan?" Wang Yiqian's heart moved, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Is he the descendant of Yinantian, the young man who got the ship of Noah?" "Brother Yiqian, you are very well informed," Yunxiao chuckled. "Very few people know about this." Wang Yiqian was shocked. His eyes flickered as he looked at Yifan, saying with envy, "There's no such thing as an impervious wall in this world. Moreover, it's not easy to hide from the myriad treasure tower. Since he is the descendant of Yinantian, maybe my instinct is right. Let's look around here." After knowing Yifan's identity, Wang Yiqian seemed to be convinced, which made Yunxiao feel a little strange. Chu Hongyan took out the testing device, made a hand seal, and pointed it. Immediately, fluorescent spots penetrated the surroundings and began to crawl around like dense ants. It seemed to be too dense. The testing machine let out a low hum and trembled a little. "What's going on?" Chu Hongyan was shocked and looked down. Her divine sense swept over the earth like the wind, but there was a faint layer of power blocking it, unable to penetrate deeper. Everyone saw the strange phenomenon on the testing device. Wang Yiqian was overjoyed and said, "Ha! There's indeed a problem here." Mu Jie's green eyes stared at the ground for a while. She only felt that there was a strange shadow, but she could not see it clearly. He looked up at Yunxiao and said, Young Master Xiao, did you see anything? Xiao looked away and said, It seems like there is a world under the earth. There are many underground creatures of extremely high levels. If the tower is down there, we will be in trouble. Haha, it's definitely below here. Wan Yiqin got excited. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted, Brother Feiyang, you must not let that heavy equipment tower escape again this time. Xiao smiled and remained silent. In the Divine Realm tablet, one of his clones was sitting cross-legged in front of the cauldron of mountain and river, refining the Xingkue Li flame. As long as he could find the Emperor Pill Tower, he was willing to give up the eternal world. Feini did not have a good impression of Wan Yiqian. She sneered, Sir Yiqian, you have to be careful. Don't end up like Zhu Tianhan, who died because of carelessness. Wan Yiqian's heart trembled, and she immediately flew much higher. Although this was somewhat embarrassing, there were too many dangers in Langya Heaven. Nothing was more important than saving one's life. It would be a big joke if one lost his life just to save face. Sure enough, everyone looked at him with a hint of disdain, but Wan Yiqian was still calm and composed, as if he didn't know anything. Everyone should be careful, but there's no need to worry too much, Mu Zhuang said with a serious expression. With our strength, as long as we don't let our guard down, it'll be extremely difficult for them to hurt us. Xiao nodded in agreement and said, Lord Mu Zhuang, should we send another puppet down to split the earth and test its depth? All right, he said. Mu Zhuangqin picked an elder, and a gray wheel of light suddenly rose behind the elder, directly transforming into a large puppet as tall as 2 people. It held a sword in one hand and fell to the ground. Boom! The puppet was extremely heavy. As soon as it landed on the ground, its feet sank in. The elder made a hand seal and pointed down with a shout. The puppet sensed the fingerprint and raised the sword in its hand. It opened its mouth and let out a beast's roar before slashing down on the ground. Boom! The sword essence slashed on the ground, and circles of air waves spread out. The entire ground was also torn apart infinitely with the sword tip as the starting point. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and there seemed to be green light rolling on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the puppet's entire body was wrapped tightly by the green vines. The Mu family elder's expression changed drastically, and he desperately made hand seals. The puppet seemed to struggle, but it couldn't break free from the green vines, making creak, 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 rubbing sounds. Chu Hong, Yen suddenly exclaimed, Look at the ground! The ground that the puppet had split open with its sword had a crack that was 10,000 feet wide. At this moment it was slowly healing. Although the speed was not fast, it was indeed healing. What the hell is this? Everyone was stunned. The earth that could heal on its own. No one had ever heard of it. Under Yunxiao's wondrous spell spirit eyes, he saw a faint layer of green light on the ground, which had a very strong healing effect. The green vine that had wrapped around the puppet had also been spat out from the ground. Xiao Hong's eyes flashed with a cold light. She was extremely dissatisfied and snorted, It's so troublesome to waste everyone's time. I don't believe that it can heal after being shattered into pieces. A flash of white light appeared on her fist. She raised her arm to accumulate power, and the entire sky was distorted by the power of that punch. The distortion of space continued to expand, and Yun Xiao and the others looked like it had been deformed. Boom! Xiao Hong's figure flickered as she stomped on the ground and slammed down. The young and tender fist directly pierced into the ground, and countless gravel and mud rose up. With the fist as the center, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of feet was broken, and the entire ground suddenly shattered like a mirror. Then, everything fell down. That's Ing Luo. Yun Xiao was taken aback. His eyes flickered as he saw a beam of light suddenly shoot out of the cracked ground and devour Xiao Hong and the puppet. Ah! The people in the sky were all shocked and hurriedly fled into the sky to avoid being affected by that unknown thing. Yun Xiao, Chu Hongyan, and Feini stood still, quietly watching the huge beam of light slowly shrink and disappear in the sky. He saw that the ground had been broken half an acre in size, and inside was a cave that was several thousand feet deep. The situation could be vaguely seen. Chu Hongyan and Feini suddenly screamed and their faces turned pale. They saw a huge toad squatting at the entrance of the cave. It was as tall as a person and was staring at them with its lantern-sized eyes. Chu Hongyan calmed herself down. Although the aura exuded by the toad was terrifying, it was not as terrifying as its appearance. For a woman, its appearance was extremely lethal. Feini's face turned pale as she hid behind Yunxiao and said in a trembling voice, "Just now, that little red Pishio was eaten by this thing Pishio, Pishio, Pishio." When the beam of light shot out, everyone was so shocked that they retreated into the sky. Only the three of them did not move so they could see it clearly. The beam of light had come from the toad's mouth. Everything that had been sucked into the beam of light, including the puppet, had been swallowed by the toad. Yunxiao and the toad looked at each other for a while before he said, "This thing must be an ancient mutant. There's most likely another space in its stomach. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just swallowed Xiaohong and the puppet, but also a large amount of soil and stones. It would have died from overeating." "Then, is Yingluo and Xiaohong dead?" Feini said in a daze. Then, he plucked up his courage and walked out from behind Yunxiao. He thought that he had the bloodline of the heavenly phoenix, which was one of the strongest even in ancient times, and there was no reason for him to be afraid of a toad. Yunxiao chuckled. "You know Xiaohong's situation. How can a mere ancient xenogeniac kill her? I think this toad is going to be out of luck." After a brief moment of shock, Wan Yiqian and the others saw the situation clearly and also flew down. "Brother Feiyang, is the heavenly venerable one doing well?" Wan Yiqian asked. Yunxiao glared at him and said in an unpleasant tone, "He's already been eaten. How can he be fine?" Hee. Wan Yiqian smiled awkwardly, knowing that his performance was a little cowardly, which made Yunxiao very dissatisfied. So, he sighed and said earnestly, "Brother Feiyang, in your opinion, do you think we can go inside the cave?" Mu Jie looked at it with her wondrous spiritual eyes for a while and said in surprise, "This isn't a cave. This is just a heavenly passage that was blasted open." The toad's aura was extremely violent, and it was indeed an ancient species. It was probably not far from its true spirit. The worst thing is, I'm afraid there's more than one of these beasts. Chu Hongyan took out the testing device and saw countless light spots flashing on it, pointing to the ground. Even Yunxiao's face changed. If all the monsters displayed were as strong as this toad, they would be lucky to leave this place alive, let alone find the tower. "What should we do, Xinxin?" Not only was Wan Yiqian stunned, but everyone also fell silent. The underground space was obviously a world left behind from the ancient times, full of ferocious beasts. Gulp! Suddenly, a sound came from the toad's stomach. In an instant, it doubled in size and its entire body became round. Woof! Buzz! Whoosh! Its body grew like a balloon, almost blocking the hole in a few blinks of the eye. The toad's eyes burst with a fierce light, and it suddenly opened its mouth to shoot out a beam of light. Boom! Boom! Beams of light shot out towards the sky. They were not deliberately attacking, but seemed to be venting something. Its round body was constantly changing shape, and black ripples kept spreading out from its snow-white belly. Bang bang sounds were heard, and it was trembling all over. The black magic patterns seemed to have cleansed the toad's entire body. The sacs on its back began to rupture, and green liquid flowed out, splashing in all directions. With a sizzling sound of corrosion, the solid rock layer was melted in large areas. Blarg! The toad's body trembled uncontrollably, and a large amount of white liquid began to flow out of its mouth. The Mu family elder looked over and immediately revealed a pained expression. There were remnants of the puppet in the liquid. Gulu gulu! The white belly continued to grow as the magic pattern rippled. The toad finally couldn't be round anymore. It flipped backwards, but its belly immediately faced the sky, and it couldn't flip over. Eft! Suddenly, a flame burst out from the white belly. It was colorless and invisible. It was the ice fiend heart flame. The entire belly was burning like a piece of paper. The toad's 4 limbs twitched for the last time before it stopped moving completely. In the blink of an eye, it was burned to ashes. A beam of white light shot out, and Xiao Hong appeared in front of everyone. She was wearing a long white dress with a bright red flower printed on it, and it fluttered in the wind. "Damn toad, you dare to swallow me." Xiao Hong's face was as dark as water. Being swallowed by the toad had made her extremely angry. It seemed that burning the toad to ashes was not enough to vent her anger. She suddenly punched out again, and with a loud boom, a large pit was formed where the toad was standing. He snorted angrily and stood to the side without saying anything. Everyone looked at the deep pit in silence. "What should we do now? Who has an idea? We can't just sit here and watch, can we?" Wan Qianxian asked awkwardly. Yun Xiao rested his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. "Why don't we wait for the people from the natural moat ocean to come, and let them open the path?" Wan Yiqin was shocked and said hurriedly, "We can't do that. When the people from the natural moat ocean come, how much of our share will we get?" "Then, do you have any wise ideas, Brother Yiqin?" Yun Xiao asked indifferently. Wan Yiqin pretended to think for a while before saying, "In your humble opinion, although this underground world is dangerous, it's not a problem for us. The toad was so ferocious just now, but wasn't it still easily killed by the Lord Heavenly Venerable? We only need to choose a leader to lead the way, and then everyone will carefully follow behind and cover him. We'll be absolutely safe." Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Yiqian is indeed wise. Then the leader will be none other than Brother Yiqian." Wan Yiqin cursed Yun Xiao 100 times in her heart before she declined. "Brother Feiyang, you think too highly of me. It's not that I don't want to, but I really don't have the ability to." "Oh, so Brother Yiqian proposed this plan not to lead himself, but to let someone else lead?" Yun Xiao's face turned cold as he said in a lukewarm voice, "Then, in Brother Yiqian's opinion, who should be the leader?" Wan Yiqin glanced at everyone and chuckled. "In your opinion, the two strongest people among us are none other than the Heavenly Venerable One and the Palace Master of Hongyan Palace." Xiao Hong's expression changed as she chided, "I'm not interested in this hollow. It's full of disgusting monsters. If you want to go, you can go." Thinking about how she was swallowed by the toad just now, she still felt nauseated and her face turned green. "Jing Qi," Xiao Hong said, "send a signal after you find the tower. I'll come again." "Yes." Jing Qi immediately bowed and replied. "What?" Yun Xiao sneered as well. "Brother Yiqian, do you mean to let the women clear the way in front? How could 10 men do such a thing?" Everyone's face was slightly red. Wan Yiqian was also a little embarrassed. He said awkwardly, "Then who do you think is the best leader? In any case, I can't take on such a heavy responsibility." If Qian Qian was used to being thick-skinned, everyone would not be surprised. Although she was thick-skinned and embarrassing, at least she could keep her life. Everyone thought in their hearts that the Myriad Treasure Tower had stood tall for so many years. It seemed to be very reasonable. At least they would not put themselves in danger. "How about this? I have a method that I'm not sure if it'll work. All the men come over to draw lots, and those who win will go to the front to open up a path. How about it?" This is a wonderful method." Yun Xiao agreed immediately. The Mu family had the most people, so they had the highest probability of winning the draw, and this was the fairest way. The people who won the draw could only blame their bad luck. Wan Yiqian thought about it and agreed. He also felt that his chances of winning were too small. Mu Zhuang smiled and waved his hand. More than 10 swords shot out and stabbed into the ground, causing it to tremble. One of these swords has a red tip. Everyone frowned. There was a strange power flowing in the ground that interfered with their divine sense, so they really couldn't find out which sword had a red tip. Everyone secretly blamed themselves for being careless and not being able to follow Mu Zhuang clearly when he made his move. "Ha ha ha. Oh?" Yun Xiao smiled inexplicably and said, "Lord Mu Zhuang is indeed smart." Then he pointed in the air and a sword immediately flew up. He grabbed it in his hand. The tip of the sword was bright and colorless. Clearly he had missed. The rest of the people were quite disappointed, but many of them braced themselves and also grabbed in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of swords could be heard continuously. "Ha ha! It didn't hit." That's great. Most of them missed and were extremely excited. Wan Yiqian's expression changed slightly, and he immediately felt a sense of pressure. After scanning with his divine sense, he made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. With a whoosh, a sword flew up and landed in his hand. Wan Yiqian suddenly drew in a cold breath, his entire person dumbfounded. The front end of the sword was half a finger wide and scarlet red, stained with a little blood. No, that's impossible. He didn't believe it. With an angry shout, he flicked his sleeve, and all the swords stuck in the ground flew up into the air, their tips colorless. Bang! 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 If by any chance the ground turned into dead ash, those treasured swords would instantly fall to the ground one after another, scattering like garbage, as if they were worthless. He stared at the sword in his hand. The scarlet dot was glaring. Yunxiao clapped his hands and praised him. Lord Muzhuang is indeed a good man. The moment the sword fell, it just so happened to stab a rat to death, so it was stained with a little blood. TSK, Brother Yiqian also happened to get it. Wan Yiqian's expression changed. He threw the sword on the ground and said angrily, Brother Feiyang, you actually saw it. Is drawing lots fair? Yunxiao rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Brother, don't be impatient. Look at the sword pit. I just saw it. Wan Yiqian followed his finger and saw that there was indeed a dead rat in the pit where he had taken his sword. It had been cut in half. He was instantly speechless. Muzhuang stroked his beard and chuckled. Lord 1000, don't worry. With our strength, we won't encounter any real danger. We'll be on guard at the back and cover for you. Wan Yiqian's eyes struggled a few times before he sighed. If we encounter any danger, please help us. I will reward you handsomely with 1,000 yuan. Everyone had an don't worry look on their faces, and many of them even patted their chests. Only then did Wan Yiqian relax. A flowing light appeared on his body and gradually condensed into a small and exquisite battle armor. At the same time, he clenched his 5 fingers and a golden iron cane appeared in his hand. He also took out a cloak and hung it on his shoulder. It was like a picture of 100 birds paying homage to a phoenix. Could be said that he was fully armed. Yunxiao found it both funny and annoying. He felt that if Yiqian had completely become a cowardly old man, he could not help but shake his head in disappointment with mixed feelings. As the leader of the merchant union in the past, he was heroic and could be considered an overlord of a generation, a big figure who could influence the world. Otherwise, Gu Feiyang wouldn't have been so close to the myriad treasures store back then, and their friendship wouldn't have lasted until today. However, ever since he lost a large area of the merchant union and was forced away by Ding Shan, Wan Qian seemed to have completely changed. He was eager for quick success and was afraid of death. He was not even a hero, not to mention an overlord. Perhaps it was because he had fallen from a high place and lost many things that he had become stingy. He was stingy with everything he had, and even more so with his life. Yunxiao knew that he had come to the end of his road. With such a mentality, he did not know how far the merchant union could develop, but at least his path of cultivation had been completely decided, unless he could find his lost heart of martial arts. However, Wan Yiqian obviously didn't think about this. She only wanted to fight for fame and gain more benefits for herself, so she went into a dead end and became more and more afraid of death. Wan Yiqian felt much safer after being fully armed. He laughed and said, My lords, please remember to cover me. Fei and I's face was full of contempt as she said sarcastically, Don't worry, we'll definitely not leave your side. We'll keep an eye on you at all times. Wan Yiqian didn't find it ironic at all. Instead, she said, This should be the case, this should be the case. After he was ready, he jumped into the hole and walked deeper. It was only then that Yunxiao turned around and looked at Muzhuang with a smile, as if he knew something. Hee. Muzhuang laughed after a moment of surprise. He knew that Yunxiao had seen through his trick. The rat was not killed by the sword, but had been controlled by him in the ground for a long time. In case of an emergency, he had chosen one, then rushed up to kill himself and dyed the sword tip red with his blood. It was also thanks to the unique terrain here that could interfere with divine sense that his plan was successful. In fact, he didn't care who the first person was. He just wanted to tease Wan Yiqian. The crowd immediately followed behind Wan Yiqian and entered in a single file. They kept a certain distance from him. Even Xiao Hong, after pondering for a moment, also followed him in. The grotto heaven was 1,000 feet below the ground, which was considered extremely deep. However, it was not oppressive at all. Instead, it was very wide. It was an ordinary mountainous area inside, but there were low shrubs and mosses everywhere. The only strange thing was that the mosses were all emitting fluorescent light, which illuminated the grotto heaven extremely well. From time to time, fierce beasts would appear in the bushes, but most of them just watched from a distance, not daring to get close. Even if some of them attacked, they would be easily killed by Wan Yiqian. After walking for half an hour, they did not encounter any powerful fierce beasts. Wan Yiqian became more courageous and began to relax his vigilance. Not long after, they came across a lake in front of them. Under the silver light of the surrounding moss, it also appeared to be sparkling. It's really a different world. Other than the lack of sunlight, the underground is no different from the surface. Wan Yiqian sighed with emotion and squinted his eyes to look around. I wonder how big this heavenly passage is and where the heavy equipment tower is. Yifan, do you feel anything? Yifan shook his head. No, after arriving here, the worry in my heart disappeared. No worries, Wan Yiqian said seriously. Then this must be the place. Let's keep looking. Be careful, Yun Xiao suddenly cried out. From the moment the lake appeared, his eyes had never left the surface of the lake. Those shimmering ripples were definitely not the aftereffects of the light, but some insects floating on the water. The legs of these bugs were very thin, and they would not sink at all when they stepped on the water. Moreover, they had wings on their backs, and all of them suddenly flew up. It was like a silver blanket, like the surface of the water floating into the air, rapidly moving toward the thousands. What? Wan Yiqian was greatly shocked and discovered these insects. There were at least 1 million of them, and when they gathered together, they gave off a ferocious aura. They were like locusts or even more terrifying than locusts. Ha! Go to hell! The golden staff flew into the air, and several seals were cast into it. It immediately transformed into a dragon and roared. Roar! The golden dragon charged into the swarm of bugs and immediately killed a large number of them. However, in just a moment, the entire dragon form was covered with bugs and it turned back into a walking stick. Not only that, but the staff's form could only hold on for a moment before it was completely gnawed away by the countless silver worms. Ah! Wan Yiqian was scared out of her wits. She turned around and ran, shouting, "Save me!" Yun Xiao and the others were also taken aback. Although Wan Yiqian's walking stick was not as good as the red dragon crutch, it was still a rare 9th-tier mystic artifact. But it was eaten up in the blink of an eye. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. These insects are troublesome. Let's retreat first. Chu Hongyan made a prompt decision and shouted. N. Yun Xiao agreed. The underground was full of dangers, and it was not worth the risk if they were not confident. Everyone turned around and was about to go back the way they came when the earth suddenly shook. It seemed that a large number of fierce beasts were running over from the direction they came from. The terrifying hostility was one step ahead of them, and it pressed on everyone's faces. What's going on? There weren't this many beasts when we came. What should we do? Advance or retreat? Everyone started to panic. Not only were they attacked from the front and back, but the shadows of a large number of bats suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Those bats emitted terrifying sound waves that caused tinnitus and deafness. They even shook into the brain and affected one's divine sense. Why did all the beasts come out? It's as if someone is commanding them. Yun Xiao looked around in shock. There was really no way out, and the ground under their feet had suddenly changed. A large amount of soil had become soft and was crawling up to them like liquid. There must be someone behind this. Let's work together and set up an enchantment. Yun Xiao cried out. Stop all the beasts. A green light flashed on his body and shook off the soil. Then, the 36 northern heaven-cold star swords flew out and scattered in the surroundings. The sword realm immediately opened up and evolved into tens of millions of swords, isolating the sound waves from the bats. At the same time, the earth was also suppressed by the sword chi. Although the earth was tumbling and trembling, it could not break through. Everyone hurriedly took the opportunity to shatter the mud on their legs and then broke free from the restraint. Wan Yiqian had just escaped and shouted anxiously, "Brother Feiyong, quickly open the sword world and let me in." Countless silver insects chased after him, scaring him out of his wits. He hit the sword world with all his might. "Be careful." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Be careful." He pointed with 2 fingers, and the northern heaven's cold stars sword formation that was close to Wan Yiqian flew up, forming countless sword shadows in the air. They fell like a heavy rain, slashing at the silver worms. At the same time, a gap appeared in the sword world, and Wan Yiqian suddenly rushed in. She heaved a long sigh of relief and was so scared that she almost cried. However, there were still a large number of silver worms that followed him in. Fei and I's body flickered and she turned into a fire phoenix, shooting out a 10th grade true fire. Hu Chi! The flame burned all the silver worms inside, making crackling sounds. Yunxiao kept performing sword incantation gestures with both hands. After each attack, the northern heaven-cold star sword, which had flown up into the air, immediately flew back down and guarded the position of the sword array. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a large number of silver snakes pounced outside the sword formation and gnawed at the swords and the formation light with all their might. Not good. What kind of insects are these? They can't be burned to death. Fei and I was suddenly shocked. Only a few of the silver worms that were burned by her divine flames fell to the ground, but they were still alive. They struggled on the ground as if they were injured, jumping a few times before flying up again. How is that possible? Chu Hongyan was also very surprised. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and suddenly, 2 of her fingers turned into a sword and slashed out. With a chi sound, a small sword chi was slashed out, cutting several insects in half. They fell to the ground and struggled for a long time before they died completely. What a tenacious life force! The rest of the people were all shocked. They looked at the millions of people outside the formation, which almost covered the entire sword world. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath and felt their brains go numb. You actually dare to chase your grandpa? Die for this old man? Just in case he had just survived a disaster, and his anger was burning. He suddenly pulled out a sword and slashed at the silver insects that were chasing him. When the sword hit the insects, it actually made a sound of metal colliding, and a series of sparks also appeared. It's actually so strong. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they had a deeper understanding of these silver worms. Chu Hongyan shouted, "Don't just stand there. Kill these insects first. They don't seem to have the 5 elements of water and fire. We can only kill them." As she spoke, many more silver worms died in her hands. Oh, is he really that powerful? Xiao Hong sneered in disbelief. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. With a ka sound, a cluster of ice fiend heart flame appeared and burned the bugs. Hoo! The ice fiend heart flame blew past the silver worms like the wind, burning them with crackling sounds. Each worm could last for 2 to 3 breaths before they completely exploded and burned to ashes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, especially Yunxiao and Xiao Hong. The shock in their hearts was indescribable, and they knew very well how terrifying the ice fiend heart flame was. The ferocious toad from before had also been completely burned to death, but these insects could actually hold on for a few breaths of time. It was simply too terrifying. We must hold on to this sword formation. Fanny's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. She possessed the heavenly phoenix true fire, so she was extremely sensitive to flames. She could vaguely sense that the ice fiend heart flame was of a higher level than her heavenly phoenix true fire, so she was even more afraid of these insects. Bang! Suddenly, the entire sword formation trembled, and a large number of ferocious beasts ran over from the entrance. Although they were of different species, they all had green faces and fangs, and one could tell at a glance that they were extremely evil. They desperately slammed into the sword formation or used divine arts to bombard it. It was only the first wave of impact, but the 36 northern heaven-cold star swords began to tremble with a buzzing sound. Xianxia trembled all over and coughed up blood. Flying! My husband! Big brother Xianxia! All kinds of exclamations rang out. Chu Hongyan and Feini flew to Yunxiao's left and right, their faces filled with anxiety and anxiety. Feini even took out the spirit pill that Chu Hongyan had given her and handed it over. Yunxiao shook his head and said in horror, "Everyone, please think of something. My sword formation can't hold on any longer. I'm afraid it will be destroyed in the second wave of attack." As he was speaking, the ground continued to roll and bulge. The ground exploded with loud bangs as if something was causing trouble below. The 36 swords kept shaking and were about to collapse at any time. Chu Hongyan's expression turned serious, and the purple cloud sword immediately stabbed out. A bright light bloomed, turning into an earth sword array that spread out, reflecting with the 36 northern heaven-cold star swords. Only then did the chaos under the ground be suppressed. The sword world became stable in an instant, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. However, their worries did not decrease. Everyone knew that this formation would not last long. At this moment, he was truly surrounded by enemies from all sides. There were silver worms in front, ferocious beasts behind, and countless black bats circling in the sky. There were even other strange birds among them. There was a type of strange bird with 8 wings and 6 claws. Every time it swooped down, it would shake the sword world. It was very fierce. Mu Zhuang said in a deep voice, "There must be a mastermind behind this attack. Is it a human, a ghost, or something with a spirit? If we want to resolve this crisis, I'm afraid we'll have to find the mastermind." With a gloomy face, Yunxiao looked around with his magical spirit eyes, but found nothing except for the fierceness in the sky. It's probably as difficult as ascending to heaven to find the mastermind. In my opinion, it's better to kill our way out from here. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with bats and birds. A large number of sound waves were vibrating, making it impossible to detect what was going on. According to the judgment of the entrance, this place is only a few thousand feet from the ground. If we attack upwards with all our strength, we will definitely be able to blast a passage. I guess that as long as we escape from the ground, we will be safe. Mu Zhuang's eyes flickered as he said, "But are you sure that after you retrieve the sword formation, you will have enough time to make a move and that you will be able to break the dome? If the plan fails, we won't even have the time to set up the barrier before we're swallowed by the tide of birds, beasts, and insects." Wan Yiqian's body trembled as well. Thinking about being swallowed by these things, he couldn't help but feel afraid. His voice trembled as he said, "Yes, yes, there are so many fierce beasts." Yunxiao gave him a cold look and said, "Then do you have a better idea? If there's a safe plan, I'm naturally unwilling to take the risk. I heard that during the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain, young Master Yunxiao used a shocking technique that reversed the balance of the battle between the two races. That technique had a large area of effect and killed thousands of demon elites in one go," Mu Zhuang said. Yunxiao's heart stirred. He had thought about using the cool and ancient revolving mayfly ball, but it would take too long, and the fierce beasts, birds, and silver worms outside the array were all ancient species, so it might not have the expected effect. When he was in the 33 Heavens Seal, the countless crystal beetles formed by the formation spirit were almost immune to this move. He muttered to himself for a moment, and his eyes swept across everyone. He muttered, "This move isn't effective against all monsters. I'm just afraid that if I fail, the consequences will be dangerous. To be safe, I hope that everyone can work together and attack together with me. This way, our chances of winning are extremely high. We're naturally working together at a time like this," Mu Zhuang said. "Just tell me what you want to do. My Mu family will do our best to cooperate with you." Yunxiao's eyes fell on Xiao Hong as he said expressionlessly, "Where's the heavenly venerable one?" Xiao Hong's body trembled imperceptibly. and an angry look appeared on its face. Obviously, it was very dissatisfied with Yunxiao's address. It snorted heavily and said, "Jing Qi, and I will also cooperate with you." "Me too." This lord will also do his best to cooperate. Although Yunxiao did not ask him, he knew that he was also an extraordinary expert who could hold up half the sky. With a flash of light, a small purple umbrella appeared in his hand. He chuckled and touched it affectionately. This umbrella is called the Profound Fish, and its defensive power is far above that of ordinary armor. I'll open this umbrella to provide support. After you attack, immediately return to the umbrella and buy some time. Everyone was cursing in their hearts. So you're not fucking making a move and hiding behind. However, this was also good. There was someone who not only had decent strength but also had means. It was not a bad idea. "That's good," Yunxiao said. "Brother Ichen will be in the center, and the rest of you will attack with me. Try to use offensive divine abilities that cover a large area. In particular, Heavenly Venerable One's Ice Fiend Heart Flame and Demonic Technique, Lord Jing Qi's Corpse Poison Dove Sandark Feather, Faney's Heavenly Phoenix True Fire, and Lord Mu Itong's Scattering Beans for soldiers. As for the task of cutting open the dome, I will leave it to you, Hong Yen." In terms of single-target attacks, Xiao Hong, Chu Hongyan, and Yunxiao were the strongest among the people present. Xiao Hong and Yunxiao each had their own tasks, and only Chu Hongyan was qualified to take on this task. Chu Hongyan nodded solemnly and said, "Fei Yang, be careful." At this moment, the attacks outside the sword world were continuous, and Chu Hongyan could clearly feel the turbulence of Yunxiao's blood and qi, as if his injuries were getting worse. Although the Tiangang and Disha double sword array was combined, it was mainly composed of the 36 Northern Heaven cold swords, and most of the attacks were borne by Yunxiao alone. Even with the indestructible golden body and the light glass body, it was still extremely difficult for him at the moment. Yunxiao smiled at her and said, "Don't worry. If these beasts want to hurt me, they'll have to cultivate for tens of thousands of years." "Yes. Yes," Chu Hongyan answered softly. She knew that Yunxiao was pretending to be relaxed because he did not want her to worry. She held the sword in her hand even more tightly. Other than maintaining the Disha sword formation, she was also secretly accumulating power, ready to strike at any time to break the dome. Yunxiao then turned to Mu Zhuang and said, "My lord, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on the ground. We still don't know what's under the ground, but it's definitely not simple. I wonder if my lord is confident." Mu Zhuang looked down, lifted his eyes and nodded. "Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. I'll make sure there's no problem with suppressing it." Yunxiao was taken aback and a little surprised. He did not understand where Mu Zhuang's confidence came from. Since he was able to stand on his own, he must have a very strong trump card in his hand. Since he had said so, he would most likely be able to hold on. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you, sir. The rest of you try your best to attack the most powerful individuals. Although these birds, beasts, and insects are fierce, there are no particularly powerful existences, so they definitely won't be a match for you." Yunxiao's face grew cold as he looked around and said, "Do you all understand now? Be careful. I'm going to withdraw my sword formation." "Understood," everyone shouted in unison, holding all the profound level weapons in their hands, ready to attack at any time. Baiming Nan came out of the Divine Realm tablet and began to condense the green poison in his palm. Jing Qi's pupils shrank, and he also released his fiendish god corpse puppet. Both of them were covered in white spots. Xiao Hong was also holding her right hand in front of her body. The invisible and colorless ice fiend heart flame flickered on her hand, and her face was also cold. Yunxiao and Chu Hongyan exchanged a look, then nodded at the same time and shouted, "Retreat!" All the sword lights disappeared instantly, and the entire underground seemed to have stopped for a moment. Then, there was an earth-shaking explosion. A terrifying force shot out from everyone's body and blasted in all directions. Boom! All kinds of flames and attacks were launched. All the beasts, insects, and birds were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, especially the first few rows. They were almost annihilated instantly. At the same time, An extremely sharp sword light pierced through the air, sweeping away everything in its path. A large number of bats and birds were killed by the sword energy. Boom! The sword struck the dome, and the entire sky trembled as it was continuously torn apart by the sword radiance. A large amount of soil and rocks fell down, and the dome was like a wave. It shook open in circles, intertwining with the sword light. What? Chu Hongyan was shocked and cried out. What happened? The dome that should have been split open was now filled with soil that surged toward the center like waves, constantly resisting the sword light. Finally, it filled up all the cracks. Not only did it not break through, but it even protruded down like stalactites. This time, everyone was dumbfounded, and their brains instantly crashed. What they didn't know was that right above their dome, a large amount of earth and stone had piled up, pulling a tall mountain out of the air and pressing down on it. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't split it open. Bang! 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 Just as everyone was in a daze and at a loss, the soil below began to crack open. Something shot up like a marble, and there was a shwa 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 sound. Mu Zhuang, who had been paying attention to the situation below, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He stared at the marbles and shouted, "Ants?" The marbles were round and black as the size of a fist. They were giant ants, and they were making shwa 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 sounds as they bit at him. Mu Zhuang's expression hardened. Instead of retreating, he raised his right arm, opened his fingers, and pointed his palm down. An array appeared in the center of his palm, emitting a green light. Then, a figure seemed to separate from his body. It was a human-shaped puppet that was as tall as him. It also stretched out its right hand and placed it on his arm. The two arms were pressed against each other, but the puppet hand's palm was facing up, and its 5 fingers formed a seal. A ray of green light spread out on the puppet seal. It was the size of a futon and was exactly the same as the seal on Mu Zhuang's palm. The two appeared at the same time and countless runes flew out. All breaker. Mu Zhuang's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A terrifying power spread out from his palm, covering an area of several mu, and struck down with a shocking force. Boom, boom, boom. All the ants that had shot up were shattered by the light. The power of the move blasted into the ground, sweeping up countless waves of light. The soil was completely shattered, and even the insects, birds, and beasts in the sky were affected. There were many deaths and injuries. Everyone was shocked. Even Jingqi, who was also from a reclusive family, had rarely seen Mu Zhuang fight. He only knew that Mu Zhuang had hidden his strength, but he did not expect him to have such power. It was simply earth-shattering. Yunxiao was surprised and overjoyed. No wonder Mu Zhuang dared to boast that he would suppress the people below. The blow just now was definitely a force of great power. If his cultivation base was already this terrifying, then with the addition of the puppet it would be difficult to estimate. When the people of the Mu clan saw their clan leader display his divine might, they all laughed wildly and clapped their hands, each and every one of them extremely excited. On the other hand, Mu Zhuang was the calmest one. After the attack, the mysterious puppet disappeared in an instant. His face turned pale and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. With a flash, he returned to the sky and hid in the Xian fish umbrella. Wan Yiqian had already opened the umbrella, covering an area of 200 to 300 feet, and the inside was filled with a dense purple light. Everyone retreated back into their umbrellas and formed a circle, constantly attacking the enemies from all directions. Wan Yiqian quickly came forward to congratulate him, cupped his fists and said, "Lord Mu Zhuang, good move." With one move, he overturned the earth and swept away all the black ants, killing them all. Mu Zhuang's aura was greatly weakened. That move just now had consumed too much of his energy. He had to take a few pills to stabilize his aura. He coldly glanced at Wan Yiqian and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly kill the enemy." Wan Yiqian felt a lump in her throat. She laughed awkwardly and didn't say a word, but she just stood there with the black fish umbrella. It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move, but controlling the mystic fish also consumed a large amount of essence force, especially when it was being attacked from all directions. It was also very exhausting for him. Not long after, his expression became unsightly, and he couldn't hold on much longer. There were many runes rolling in the purple light that the umbrella was giving off, but they kept on dissipating. "Brother Feiyang, are you done?" Yunxiao was nervously adjusting and cooperating with Bai Mingnan. One of them was covered in lightning, while the other was covered in poison. Both of them were performing incantation gestures to control the small green balls in front of them. The people inside the mystic fish umbrella could feel the horror of the move and could not help but try to avoid it. "Yes, I'm done." The two of them cast their last incantation seal and joined forces to hit the ball of poisonous lightning into the group of silver worms. "Cool. 1,000 years and 10,000 years." With a hong-long sound, the entire sky was spread into the thunder world. The poison also filled the entire heavenly abode in an instant. All the birds, beasts, insects, and ants turned green in an instant. It was unknown whether they were poisoned or were illuminated by the lightning. However, the insects, fish, birds, and beasts that were the first to bear the brunt of the attack all became sluggish. Then they fell from the sky, and their bodies began to fester. The poison was like an infectious disease, causing countless deaths and injuries, especially the bats and birds, who fell in large numbers. Although Yunxiao's move had been rumored to be miraculous during the battle on Five Cloud Mountain, the crowd had only been skeptical about it, and it was only at this moment that they were shocked. Jingqi was even more dumbfounded. The 7 illusion green damask and his Jiuxia feather were both major 5 poisons of extinction. This move had provoked him, and many ideas immediately appeared in his mind. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts behind him roared in pain as they died. The remaining ones didn't dare to step forward rashly. Only the silver worms were still flapping their wings. Although a small half of them had been killed, the poison on the back was very light. Moreover, they seemed to have no fear and continued to rush forward. When will these damn things end? Xiao Hong's eyes were also red from the killing, and she was enraged. Her face was covered with demonic patterns, and her left hand flickered with demonic light, while her right hand flickered with heart flame. Every move killed a swarm of silver worms, but there were simply too many of them, and it was impossible to kill them all. With the silver worms leading the attack, the bats that had not died cried out even more miserably. The chi-chi was endless. Although it did not cause direct harm to people, it disturbed their minds and stimulated their nerves, causing them to be constantly irritated. Wan Yiqian was also in a miserable state. Her hands began to tremble as she held onto the Xian fish umbrella. Cold sweat had already soaked her entire body as she shouted, "Brother Feiyang, the effect of the poisonous lightning just now seemed to be pretty good. Could you use it a few more times?" Both Yunxiao and Beifeng Nan were almost completely occupied, especially Yunxiao, who had just used the sword formation and was still injured. He panted with a pale face and did not even bother to pay attention to Wan Yiqian. Chu Hongyan rebuked, "Do it again? Do you think it's a meal? Even if you want to eat, you'll have to wait for half a day. Damn it. Let's fight it out with them." Yunxiao was filled with anger. He raised his sword and rushed forward again. These silver worms were actually very difficult to hurt him. Sword death had killed many of them, but there were too many of them, so he would be exhausted to death. Some of them rushed past the sword light and landed on his body, causing him to be bitten in pain. Fortunately, he had the imperishable golden body and the 5 elements spirit body. Lightning directly shot out of his body and electrocuted the insects that fell on him. However, the others were not so lucky. Yifan had already hidden in the Divine Realm tablet, and Buz and the other 2 were also struggling to hold on. From time to time, they were bitten by the insects and had bloody holes in their bodies. Ah! Suddenly, a member of the Mu clan let out a blood-curdling screech. As his attack stopped, the silver worms instantly wrapped around his body and gnawed at him until not even ashes were left. The bugs were covered in blood as they flew toward the others. It was a shocking sight. "These insects?" Mu Yitong suddenly cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with fear. His ultimate skill, transforming beings into soldiers, had caused hundreds of puppets to rush over and fight. Now, all of them were crawling with silver worms and had holes all over their bodies. Some of them had even been eaten completely. Not only the puppets, but many people's profound level weapons were also crawling with these silver worms. In the beginning, they could still use their Emperor Chi to shake them off, but later on, when their essence force was greatly exhausted, they were left alone. Only now did they discover that the surface was full of holes that had been bitten, and the power of the profound level weapons had been greatly reduced. The MU clan's people's expressions changed drastically. Many of them were using all kinds of puppets, and their bodies were also covered with insects which were constantly being eaten. Only Yunxiao's sword wound was still red and bright. The bugs lying on it bit and bit until they died, then fell off the sword. Retreat to the entrance. Although they were surrounded by enemies from all sides, it was obvious that these silver bugs were the most terrifying existences, followed by the fierce beasts behind them, and the bats and birds in the sky were the weakest. However, the dome had not been split open by Chu Hongyan's all-out attack, so it was almost impossible for them to rush to the ground. They could only choose to attack the fierce beasts and retreat. Moreover, the spiritual intelligence of the fierce beasts was obviously higher than that of the silver worms. After more than half of them were poisoned, they became cautious and did not dare to approach casually. "We'll bring up the rear. The rest of you, retreat, retreat." Yunxiao's sword light danced in an airtight manner, but the momentum of the sword was getting weaker and weaker, and more silver worms fell on him, all of which were shattered by the lightning. Chu Hongyan also found that he was exhausted, so she hurriedly expanded the sword force to shield Yunxiao behind her and said, "Feiyong, you also retreat first." Yunxiao gritted his teeth. He knew that it was indeed a little too much for him to cover the rear, so he did not hesitate and turned to leave. Suddenly, there was a flash of light in front of them. Ah! A miserable scream was heard. An elder of the MU family had been pierced through by a sword, and his body exploded on the spot. The sword did not lose its momentum and continued to slash down, and in front of it was Yunxiao. "Why is there a sword?" Everyone was dumbfounded, but before they could think about it, Yunxiao gave a loud cry and grabbed at the sword with his 5 fingers like an eagle's claw. Bang! The Gang Qi in his 5 fingers was like a knife, and it clutched the sword body, shaking his arm until it went numb. The weapon essence on the sword continued to spread out, sweeping past his hand and stirring up a golden light. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he stared at the sword, which was full of fierceness and exuded a heavy ancient charm. Bang! Bang! The ground trembled from the entrance ahead, as if a huge existence was striding forward. All the fierce beasts let out low wails and were full of fear. Then, their hair stood on end as they roared madly and rushed at Yunxiao and the others. "The main character is here." Everyone's heart trembled as they felt an extremely powerful pressure not far away. It was fierce and brutal. Not only were the ferocious beasts trembling in the space, but the bats, birds, and even the silver worms were also becoming violent, as if the ruler of this place was descending. "Be careful, everyone!" Mu Zhuang shouted in a deep voice and killed a few of the beasts that were charging at him, but he didn't dare to move forward. At this moment, they really had no way to advance or retreat. They could only calm down and fight. The key was that the silver worms were difficult to deal with. The strength and number of bird beasts were limited, and there would be a time when they were all killed. There were at least 1 million more silver worms, and they came down in groups. Water, fire, and the 5 elements were unable to harm them. Only fierce swords and sabers could cut them down, but the number of silver worms that were annihilated each time was too small. Ah! Another disciple of the MU family let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was covered in silver worms. Immediately after, a strange bird swooped down and grabbed that disciple into the sky. Immediately, 7 or 8 strange birds rushed over and tore the disciple into pieces. However, even the pieces were eaten by the silver worms in front of everyone, leaving nothing behind. The other disciples of the MU family were so scared that their teeth were chattering and tears were flowing out. They were extremely scared. Mu Zhuang was both shocked and angry. The disciples of the MU family who followed him to Langya Heaven were either elders or elites. Although not all of them were here, every one of them had suffered a huge loss. "Young Master Yunxiao, I have a presumptuous request," Mu Zhuang said in a low voice. Yunxiao frowned slightly, but he immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "You want these disciples to hide in my divine realm tablet, right? Fine." He put away his sword, and the divine realm tablet flew out from between his eyebrows and landed in his hand. A ray of light flew out and covered the disciples. "Don't resist. Let this force drag you away." The disciples were overjoyed. How could they resist? They hurriedly jumped into the light. The divine realm tablet turned and they were taken in. Now, the Mu family only had Mu Zhuang and 5 elders left. All of them had outstanding strength, at least at the peak of martial arts. Even if they wanted to hide, they were too embarrassed to ask for it. Wan Yiqian gulped as well. Even if he was thick-skinned, he was too embarrassed to ask Yunxiao to hide in there. Most importantly, he did not think that Yunxiao would agree. Just as the divine realm tablet appeared, a loud roar came from the front, shaking the earth and the mountains. The whole cave seemed to collapse. Immediately, a terrifying aura spread out rapidly. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Even the birds, beasts, and insects suddenly stopped their attacks. Under the pressure, they seemed to feel fear and did not dare to move. "Fei Yang, be careful," Chu Hongyan cried out in surprise, and her power, which had reached the peak of perfection, burst out in an instant. The murderous aura on the Zixiao sword soared to the sky, and she stabbed out fiercely. A huge shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yunxiao and opened its hand to slap him. Yunxiao's body trembled. His aura was weak at the moment, and it was difficult for him to resist the huge pressure. But his pupils constricted slightly in surprise. The shadow's appearance was completely revealed in front of him. It was a monster with a cold expression and a metallic color. It was not human. Moreover, he didn't rush over to kill him. The target of the big hand was the divine realm tablet. The monster's hand suddenly stopped moving. Could feel the power of Chu Hongyan's sword. It did not dare to be careless. It clenched its 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. Bang! The punch landed on the tip of the sword, stirring up a strong sword light that scattered in all directions. It was as if a sun had risen from the dark underground. Yunxiao, who was the closest, was knocked back several feet by the energy surge before he could stabilize himself. Chu Hongyan was shocked. She had used all her strength in this sword attack, but it couldn't hurt the other party. Moreover, the other party was unarmed. Bang! The monster threw another punch and knocked the Zixiao sword away. Then, it flew down and grabbed at Yunxiao, seemingly locking onto the divine realm tablet. Only then did everyone see the monster's appearance clearly. It was no different from an ordinary person, but its entire body was made of metal and its face was cold. It was like a calabash little King Kong, but its face was more handsome. Yunxiao did not have time to think about that. He put the divine realm tablet away with a flip of his hand and teleported away. The monster sensed the spatial fluctuation and roared. It released a powerful pressure that suppressed the entire space. Yunxiao's figure, which had just disappeared, reappeared in the same place, and the monster threw a punch at him. The air continued to explode and burn. The terrifying fist power was like a meteorite falling to the ground, shattering the space. In his horror, Yunxiao took out the mirror of evening clouds with a flip of his hand and pointed it at the sky. The mirror light shook and shone on the fist power, but it actually dimmed and the light directly shattered. Bang! The monster's fist landed on the mirror, making a loud vibrating sound. Then, the entire space was filled with countless chaotic light streams. It was extremely chaotic. Bang! The Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror couldn't withstand the attack and shattered completely. Bang! After shattering the Great Sorrow Twilight Cloud Mirror, the fist force slammed into Yunxiao's body, instantly shattering his chest and exploding his entire body. However, the body that exploded was not flesh and blood, but countless bolts of lightning. He immediately fled a few thousand feet away and condensed his true body again. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This monster's strength was too tyrannical, and its attack was decisive, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Yunxiao's face was extremely pale, and his bodily functions were severely damaged. The glazed light flickered, and he was coughing blood. Die! Chu Hongyan was furious, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She slashed the Zixiao sword with all her strength gathered in the sword. She would not stop until she killed the man. The monster had wanted to pursue Yunxiao, but at that moment, it turned its face slightly, and a cold light flashed in its eyes. Then, it performed the dragon-catching skill with both hands and grabbed the sword. Bang! Several sharp auras were wrapped around the monster's hands. Its 10 fingers fell repeatedly and pinched the sword ingeniously, locking the purple cloud sword. Chu Hongyan was shocked and anxious. The force that locked the sword was so strong that she could not move it at all. She could only slap it with her left hand. Who would have thought that the monster would neither dodge nor avoid it, allowing the palm to land on his shoulder? Bang! The monster was forced to take 2 steps back. Chu Hongyan was even more shocked. Even the rock and metal would be shattered by her full-strength palm, but the monster in front of her was completely fine. Not only that, but she also felt the vast power of the palm strike hitting the extremely hard metal. Her palm hurt slightly, and the bones in her 5 fingers felt like they were about to crack. Could this thing be a puppet? As this thought flashed through her mind, she felt a huge force coming from the right hand that was holding the sword. The monster's hands twisted, and she almost lost her grip on the sword. Her whole body was thrown out with the force. She hurriedly used a divine ability like the 1,000-pound drop, but she still couldn't stabilize herself. She flew straight for several dozen zhang before stabilizing her body. A layer of light flashed on his body, and he didn't care about regulating his breathing and elemental energy as he once again slashed out with his sword. After shaking her off, the monster went after Yunxiao again, and in his current condition, he would not be able to withstand another blow. Suddenly, 3 beams of light flashed and appeared in front of Yunxiao, facing the monster. The one in the middle was Xiao Hong. She snorted and laughed. "Can you guys do it? Back down." On the left was Mu Zhuang. He had a serious expression on his face, but he did not say anything and obediently dodged to the side. On his right was Feini. Instead of retreating, she took out the spirit pill she had and handed it to Yunxiao. Yunxiao shook his head slightly and pushed Feini's hand back. "This pill is useless to me. Do your best to protect me. Reinforcements will arrive soon." His body was filled with spiritual energy, so ordinary elixirs were useless. Even top-tier natural treasures had little effect. He could only rely on his own recuperation to recover. Furthermore, through the blood bead that Mo had given him, he had already sensed that Yi was on his way. With Yi's strength, he should be able to suppress the monster in front of him. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to recuperate. As if facing a great enemy, Feini summoned the phantom of a heavenly phoenix behind her and stood quietly in front of Yunxiao, not daring to relax for even a moment. She knew that she would die if she rushed forward with her strength, but as long as the monster rushed over, she could at least buy some time for Yunxiao with her life. His cold and determined eyes and calm body showed that he was determined to protect her with his life. The monster rushed to Xiao Hong's side, and its cold face seemed to frown. Without saying a word, it closed its 5 fingers into a knife and slashed down. Bang! A strong wind spread out. Xiao Hong's right hand clenched into a fist, and the ice fiend heart flame danced in her palm as she struck out. The 2 forces collided, and the monster's hand blade broke through the fist wind and slashed into Xiao Hong's palm. Red blood flowed down her jade-like slender hands, then dripped down like beads. "He's actually injured." Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Hong was a heavenly venerable, and her strength was obvious to all. Yet, she couldn't even block a single punch from that monster. The ice fiend heart flame was still burning in his palm, devouring the monster's fist. The monster seemed to feel some pain and tried to pull its arm back, but Xiao Hong's fingers were tightly gripping onto it. It struggled a few times, but was unable to break free. "How dare you hurt me?" Do your parents know that you're so powerful? Xiao Hong let out a sharp cry, as if it was abnormally angry. Its long hair stood on end, and its entire body emitted raging flames. The ice fiend heart flame swept out like a wave. Boom! Half of the sky was lit up by the flames, and the monster's entire body was being roasted by the heart flame. The metal surface of its body began to shine, resisting the flames. Shwa shwa! A large number of birds were also killed by the sudden explosion of the sea of fire. The silver insects also became fierce, their wings flapping wildly as they desperately flew away. Many of them exploded in the middle of the fire and then turned into smoke. Feini, who was the closest, was startled, but the flames separated by itself when it came at them, surrounding her and Yunxiao. Mu Zhuang and Chu Hongyan, who were a little further away, were not so lucky. The flames ignored their existence and whizzed past them. The two of them furrowed their brows and teleported to the ground to avoid the sea of fire. You dare to hurt me? Why don't you go to heaven? Xiao Hong was still in a state of extreme anger, and thin magic patterns began to crawl all over its face. It raised its left arm and threw a punch. Go to hell! The monster's body trembled under the might of the punch. It raised its left arm, which turned into a golden trident. Swish! The halberd met the fist radiance and stabbed forward. Boom! Another intense light exploded, and even the sea of fire was pushed back several hundred feet, creating a vacuum. The two people in the middle were almost stuck together. Ah! Jing Qi couldn't help but exclaim, and the rest of the people also trembled. The golden trident pierced through Xiao Hong's left arm, and blood flowed down the sharp edge of the trident. At this moment, both of Xiao Hong's arms were covered in blood that was continuously dripping down. His left hand, in particular, had been pierced by the sharp blade of the trident, and he could no longer move. Right at this moment, Xiao Hong's white dress gradually turned black, and her vibrant red flower turned deathly white. The flames that filled the sky also turned black, and a true fiend Dharma idol slowly appeared behind her. The giant true demon's eyes widened in anger. It raised its hand, pulled out the Agama bone cleaver, and slashed down in the air. The monster's entire body trembled, and its eyes revealed a look of shock. It let out a howl and shook Xiao Hong away before flying back. Boom! The Agama missed, but the blade aura split the ground and locked onto the monster. The monster finally could not retreat. It waved its arm and punched forward. Bang! The saber energy was shattered by the punch, but the monster was also shaken. Took a few steps back again, its body staggering. It's a little difficult for a heavenly venerable. Let's attack together. Mu Zhuang's cold eyes flashed as he joined the battle and attacked the monster. Chu Hongyan also charged forward with her sword. At this moment, the silver worms flapped their wings and flew around again, like a silver light. It was pleasing to the eye, but it was fatal. Panic flashed across the faces of Wan Yiqian and the others, but they could only grit their teeth and fight for their lives. Most of the birds were dead, and only a few powerful beasts were left, which madly roared and charged at the people. At this moment, a scarlet ray of light shot down from the underground space where everyone was. It landed on the mountain and turned into Yi's figure. He looked around and frowned slightly. The blood beads seemed to be nearby, but when he swept his divine sense across a radius of 10,000 feet, he found no trace of Yunxiao. Suddenly, countless rays of light appeared in the sky like a meteor shower. They appeared in front of the mountain peak in an instant. Mo's expression changed drastically. There were hundreds of people falling in front of him, and they were all human experts. Other than the master of the natural moat cliff, Nanxiu Yu, there were also a large number of Saint Domain experts, most of whom he had met at the Five Cloud Mountain. The banner of the Grey Demon Clan. Gongyang Zhengqi's pupils contracted, and his divine sense locked onto him. The people of the holy region were all shocked and angry. They spread out with a whoosh and surrounded the entire mountain. Hundreds of divine senses fell on Yi. In the holy region, the arrogant old man who was holding an iron cane looked surprised. He seemed to have no interest in Yi and only looked at the young man behind him. The young man's eyes also flickered, The old man's emotions seemed to have stabilized a little after looking at him, but his eyes were still full of thoughts. The referee crossed his arms and stood on the top of the mountain. He looked around and said coldly, "I don't have time to fight with you today. Let's go our separate ways. Do what you need to do, and don't provoke me." Humph! Gongyang Zhengqi's eyes shot out a cold light as he laughed. "Do you think you can decide whether to fight or not?" The referee was not afraid at all, and the corner of his mouth curled up in ridicule. He had sucked the blood of tens of thousands of people in the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain and entered the void extreme divine realm. There was almost no one in this sky who could force him to stay. You can decide whether to fight or not, but life and death, victory or defeat, are not something you can decide. Gongyang Zhengqi, are you really going to spill your blood here? Ha? Do you think you're the demon emperor? Gongyang Zhengqi's body was filled with killing intent. His 5 fingers clenched and a battle spear appeared in his hand, which he pointed at the referee. At this moment, the humans had the absolute advantage. Even if the other party's divine abilities were heaven-defying, he would still die here. It was just a matter of the price he would have to pay. Mo's pupils shrank and burst out with hostility. He had always considered himself a demon emperor, and now that he had obtained the Buddhist demon sacred art, he was even confident that he could become a peerless great demon that would shock the world. After Gongyang Zhengqi said that, his killing intent was immediately aroused. Demonic chi suddenly burst out from the peak of the mountain and shook in all directions. The entire mountain peak shook. "Stop! Stop!" Nanxiu Yu immediately stopped them. "This is where the heavy equipment tower is hiding. If you fight, I don't care if you die or waste time. But if the heavy equipment tower is affected, I won't be polite. Sir, you can join us in taking down this demon. That way, the casualties and time loss will be minimized," Gongyang Zheng said. Nanxiu Yu's face was cold as she said impolitely, "Since the natural mode ocean is a hidden sect, they will never interfere in the disputes of the continent, whether it's with the human race or the foreign races. I still advise Lord Gongyang that if you have any personal grudges, you can resolve them after Langya Heaven is closed." Gongyang Zhengqi was rather displeased and grunted. "I'm afraid we won't have another chance to attack this person who is alone after leaving Langya Heaven." Nanxiu Yu flicked her sleeves and said indifferently, "It's up to you, my lord. I'm not interested in getting involved. I hope that you can use Gusiling and leave the rest to you." Gongyang Zhengqi waved his long spear and placed it in front of him. He said, "We've already waited for so long. Can't we wait a little longer?" He did not wait for Nanxiu Yu's reply and attacked Mo Chu with his spear. All the warriors of the holy region immediately moved, surrounding the referee and attacking. Boom! The mountain collapsed immediately. He conjured a spell with both hands and blood light surrounded his body, blocking all the attacks. Nanxiu Yu was extremely frustrated. She retreated 1,000 feet away and stood with her hands behind her back, watching them fight coldly. The people from the hidden sects also retreated. "Today, I will use your blood to pay tribute to the heroes of the Five Cloud Mountain." Gongyang Zhengqi's long spear swept across, slashing out countless spear lights. Mo felt depressed. Although the spear couldn't hurt him, his weapon, the ancient scale double-edged sword, had been exchanged by Wu Deshang. He could only fight with his bare hands. His fist wind was powerful as it struck the spear, constantly deflecting the attacks. As for the others, it was difficult for them to intervene in the fierce battle between the two. They could only circle around the two of them, looking for an opportunity to attack. Nanxiu Yu, who was watching the battle from afar, said unhappily, "Don't worry about them. Let's continue to look for the heavy equipment tower. It should be nearby." Yu Qinfei, the elder of the natural moat cliff, pointed at the terrain below and asked, "Kuan Sovereign, look at the terrain below. It's like the rising and falling waves surrounding that mountain peak. It seems a little strange." Nanxiu Yu stroked her beard and looked down. "I've also discovered this long ago, which is why I don't like them fighting here. This land is a little strange, and I can't use my divine sense to explore it. Moreover, the Four Spirits map shows that there are no mountains in this area, so how could there be a mountain here?" Xianxia pointed to the front. The mountain had almost completely collapsed under Gongyang Jingqi and the others' attacks, and all kinds of Gangqi were shaking the earth and the mountains. Suddenly, with a boom, the entire ground caved in, as if there was a vacuum below. A large area of the ground caved in for hundreds of feet. Boom! Broken rocks and soil filled the sky as Xianxia exclaimed, "Stop! There's something abnormal." He was afraid that the heavy equipment tower would appear and be affected by the battle. Gongyang Jingqi and the others were also shocked. They hurriedly stopped and retreated. A terrifying force suddenly exploded from the deep pit, and several beams of light shot up into the sky. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and they quickly used their movement techniques to retreat. Young Master Yunxiao, Xianxia, who had been carefully observing the situation below, immediately saw the people below and exclaimed. At this moment, the metal monster was engaged in a fierce battle with Chu Hongyan, Xiaohong, Mu Zhuang, and the others. Even though it was 1 against 3, it was not at a disadvantage. The rest of the warriors were still trying hard to kill the silver worms. They were in a tough battle, and one of the Mu family elders was eaten up by the silver worms. The situation was clear to the people in the sky, and they were all shocked. Who was that strange metal man? At the same time, Yunxiao also saw the hundreds of people. He immediately understood what was going on, and breathed a sigh of relief. If there were no reinforcements, he would have to use the 12 divine beings' killing formation to suppress the metal monster. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia were his greatest trump cards at the moment, but this item came from the Mu family. With the Mu family's master and elders present, it would definitely cause endless trouble once it appeared. Although he wasn't afraid of the Mu family, their relationship was still quite good. He didn't want to become hostile because of this matter. It's Li Yunxiao. In Hui's face turned pale when he saw them, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaohong and Jingqi. His eyes were filled with joy. After all, he could tell that Yunxiao was seriously injured with his eyesight, and he could not help but be overjoyed. "Lady Xianxia, take this monster down," Yunxiao immediately shouted. "It's related to the Tower of Treasures." The people of the Natural Moat Cliff and the Saint Realm all trembled, and they looked down in shock. They thought that the 4 spirits were hidden so well that only they knew where they were, but someone had found them before them. Even though the metal monster had given him a huge shock, he still couldn't help but ask, how did young Master Yunxiao know about the heavy equipment tower and find this place? Yunxiao sneered in his heart, then said, "I obtained a map by chance. The location of the heavy equipment tower was marked on it, and I've come here." The people from the Natural Moat Cliff and the Saint Realm were all stunned for a while, as if they couldn't accept this answer. However, the situation was urgent, and they did not have time to think. Xianxia ordered, "Take down that monster." He teleported down as well, and his 5 fingers clenched into a palm as he slapped at the monster. The people from the sanctuary stood in the air and did not move. They just looked at the people in the field and began to calculate in their hearts. They weren't worried that the metal monster would escape. More than a quarter of the world's experts were gathered here. If the metal monster escaped, it would be a real disaster. Suddenly, Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and made eye contact with the young man behind the old man with iron crutch. The young man happened to look down at him as well, and both of them looked stunned and surprised. The young man looked at each other and then turned his eyes to the metal monster and Xiaohong on the battlefield. His pupils shrank and shot out a faint light. Yunxiao immediately understood that the young man was Dijia. As for why he was with the people of the Sacred Zone, he could not guess. However, the last time they parted in Dingtian City, Dijia had sensed that the last Demon Master's avatar was in the Holy Region, so he had gone to the Holy Region alone. Had he already succeeded? From the look they had exchanged just now, he could feel a pure and vast demonic power. The Demon Master's avatar was most likely in his hands. It didn't take too many people to attack the metal monster. A large group of powerful warriors from the Natural Mode Ocean flew down and started to kill those silver worms, freeing Wan Yiqian and the Mu family. "Die!" he suddenly shouted. At some point in time, Yin Hui had appeared beside Yunxiao, condensed his energy with both palms, and suddenly slammed them down. The appearance of the natural moat cliff and the Saint Domain realm had made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They didn't notice Hui's movements, but when they felt that something was wrong, they all trembled in shock. My husband! Fanny was the closest to Xiao, and by the time she noticed him, his palms had hit Xiao's chest. Her mind went blank, and she screamed madly as she rushed forward. Bang! Xiao's body exploded into pieces, and blood filled the sky. Everyone's entire body trembled, and they were completely dumbfounded. Ha! Ha ha ha! Hui's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh wildly. However, he had been severely injured and hadn't fully recovered yet, so he kept coughing from laughing, and blood seeped out. Ha ha ha! All was silent, and the sky was filled with his wild laughter. After laughing for a while, Hui suddenly stopped. He vaguely felt that something was wrong because it was too quiet. Other than his laughter, there was no other sound. It was so quiet that it was frightening. He suddenly sucked in a cold breath and said in horror, "An illusion!" Bang! He felt a pain in his chest before it exploded. A white sword pierced out, and there was a faint fire on the sword. It burned him in extreme pain, as if his soul was also set on fire. Arg! Li Yunxiao, what are you doing? The scene in front of him gradually rippled and revealed the real scene. Only then did he hear the noise. Not far away, Nanqiu Yu and the others were still fighting with the metal monster. Li Yunxiao, you killed a man of the Sky Alliance. Jing Qi rushed up and glared at him angrily. He scolded, "Didn't you and Lord Heavenly Venerable agree to bury the hatchet?" Hui opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but couldn't. Let bygones be bygones. His heart was bitter and helpless, as if he felt that he was an idiot. Swish! Yunxiao slowly pulled out the sword. His face was pale, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his eyes flickered. He had just been injured by the metal monster, and after recuperating for a while, he forcefully activated his eye bloodline technique again, causing his body's condition to return to a lower state. If Hui wasn't also heavily injured, he might not have been able to use the eye technique in such a hurry. You still sneak attacked me after letting go of the past? I don't want to explain to you jokers. If you don't agree, you can do it too. With a murderous look on his face, Yunxiao put away the sword and closed his eyes again to regulate his breathing. Hui watched as the tip of the sword was pulled out of his chest. Blood kept spurting out, and his wound was burned by the nameless flame. He was in pain and scared. He knew how powerful the fire was, but he could not shout. His body kept trembling, and when he heard Yunxiao's words, he let out an ah and fell forward to the ground. He had completely given up resisting, feeling that he had died an unjust death. Hoo! The ice fiend heart flame immediately ignited, instantly burning Hui's body to ashes. Jing Qi's face was unsightly. He naturally did not want to attack Yunxiao for the sake of a dead Hui. Although Yunxiao seemed to be defeated in one blow, there were too many people here, and God knew what would happen. Soon, the beasts were all killed, and more than half of the silver worms were dead or injured. Their numbers were still decreasing. The metal man had not been defeated yet, but it was no longer a match for the enemy. It had been hit many times, but its body was strong and had not been injured. Everyone felt that it was strange. Perhaps this monster could not be injured in the first place. Suddenly, a woman's voice could be heard. She sighed and said, "Why are you still resisting? It's time to open the world of eternal life." The woman's voice was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone looked over, not knowing when she had appeared. Chu Hongyan and the others were all shocked. The woman was Gu Qingqing. Gongyang Jingqi also recognized him. He stepped forward and said, "Are you really Lady Gu Qingqing?" As soon as she said this, there was even more noise. Only the strong cultivators who had experienced the Battle of Five Cloud Mountain knew her. The rest of the people had just heard about Gu Qingqing's secret and did not expect to see her in person so soon. Gu Qingqing didn't say anything, but said to the metal monster, "Stop. Although you're strong, you're not a match for so many people." The heavenly Tao can't be reversed. If you follow it, you can still live. Otherwise, if everyone attacks you together, you'll die without a doubt. The metal monster seemed to be moved. It retracted its palm and flew a few 100 feet away, standing still. Everyone was afraid that he would escape, so they all surrounded him, making it so that not even water could escape. Although Chu Hongyan felt a little awkward, since Gu Qingqing had descended into Luo Yunshang's body, she had no ill intentions, so she slowly accepted it and asked, "What is the origin of this monster?" Gu Qingqing laughed. "This is the heavy equipment tower you've been looking for. It's just a spirit. Don't you recognize it?" Ah! Everyone was stunned as they looked at the metal monster. No wonder its body was so hard and could transform into weapons at any time. Gu Qingqing said, "The Jade Book Pavilion, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and Emperor Pill Tower have all been opened. This heavy equipment tower is the last seal to open the eternal world. It is also the most difficult one. However, since all the experts of the realm of heavenly martial arts are gathered here, it's only a matter of time before we can open this tower." The tower stared at Gu Qingqing for a while, and as if it had figured out her identity, the hostility on its body disappeared, and it became quiet. Soon after, a golden light flashed on the heavy weapon pagoda. The light expanded in the wind and bloomed like a flower. It covered a few acres and continued to spread. Everyone was shocked and carefully guarded against it. However, they soon found that the light did not have any killing power. It just spread out endlessly. After that, a solemn and pure land appeared in front of him. The ground under his feet was no longer mud, but various roads made of gold bricks that extended in all directions. A palace sat in front of him, slowly glowing. Is this a misty illusion? The hundreds of people were shocked and looked around vigilantly. But what kind of illusion could be used under the eyes of hundreds of experts? No one felt that it was inappropriate. This isn't an illusion. This is the true body of the metal monster. This is the interior of the heavy equipment tower. Nanxiu Yu was overjoyed. She could not help but laugh when she saw the buildings around her. The interior of the heavy equipment tower? Everyone looked into the distance. This was not a tower but a city, or rather a mountain gate. It was extremely wide. Yunxiao also opened his eyes from his meditation, and there was a look of joy on his face. He had been to the Jade Book Pavilion before, and with a single look, he knew that this was definitely the interior of the heavy equipment tower. Suddenly, a figure landed on the ground. Gu Qingqing leaned close to her ear and said, "Follow me later." Yunxiao nodded slightly. The originally quiet crowd suddenly became restless. They flew towards the buildings in groups of 3 and 5, and soon disappeared among them. These people had all come out of the Heavenly Jewel Pavilion and had tasted the benefits. Once they saw that someone was moving, they immediately rushed in like crazy. After saying goodbye to Yunxiao, Chu Hongyan, and the others, Nanxiu Yu also left. Wan Yiqian didn't even greet anyone and rushed into the building immediately. Soon, only a dozen or so people were left standing. Yunxiao immediately sensed the tension in the air. Half of Xiao Hong's body was covered in blood, and it stood there coldly, staring at Dijia not far away. The two of them had long sensed each other. They looked at each other coldly and did not move. The old man with the iron cane was the master of the realm of spiritual flowers, Ren Shifan. The guardian and seal of the holy region had been subdued by Dijia. In the eyes of outsiders, Dijia appeared as Ren Shifang's disciple, but in fact, he was her master. Yunxiao was also shocked. If the two men fought and one of them was devoured by the other, they would be in big trouble. "You two, it's not a good place to fight. Why don't we wait until we get out of Langya Heaven?" He tried to mediate. Now, apart from Dijia, Ren Shifan, Xiao Hong, and Jing Qi, the only people left were Yunxiao's men. Heavenly Langya? Dijia sneered, his eyes flashing. He licked his lips and said, "How can I miss such an opportunity?" After leaving Langya Heaven, who knew where she would escape to? Li Yunxiao, take your men and go in to search for the treasure. You don't have to get involved in this matter. Dijia's incarnation of the plain man. The demonic qi in his body surged, and his face suddenly changed, returning to his evil appearance. Xianxia also trembled and looked down nervously. "I'll leave the dried corpse to you," Dijia said coldly. "Yes, don't worry," Xianxia hurriedly replied. Yunxiao gave Xiaohong a look. Although half of his body was covered in blood, he still stood there coldly and proudly. He said in a deep voice, "Dijia, I'm sorry. I'm definitely going to take care of this matter." "What?" Dijia was furious. "Li Yunxiao, how dare you meddle in my business? Are you crazy?" Xiaohong was also a little surprised. She turned her head and revealed a puzzled expression, but she quickly understood. Yunxiao smiled and said, "Just now, the heavy equipment tower wanted to kill me. Xiaohong blocked it for me. Now that you want to kill her, I'll have to return the favor." Little Red snorted and said, "Don't worry about it. He can't kill me. I can also take back some of my power." "No." Yunxiao shook his head. "You're injured. You're not his match. If I'm at my peak, I might be able to fight." Dijia's face was extremely gloomy, and he said coldly, "Do you know the consequences of doing this? You'll form a life-and-death feud with me." Yunxiao smiled. "There are no eternal enemies in the world. Back then, I accidentally released you from Mount Meru, and I was kind to you, but you chased me several times. That year on the North Sea, you also helped me and had a pleasant conversation in the Dingtian city. You can be considered to have turned from an enemy into a friend. Are you going to make enemies again today?" Dijia was furious that he could not seize such a good opportunity. He glanced around and found that the rest of the people were all Yunxiao's helpers. The strength of Yi, Gu Qingqing, and Chu Hongyan alone was unpredictable. If they got involved, he would have no chance at all. "All right, I'll let her off this time on your account. But after leaving Langya Heaven, you can't interfere in our affairs." People had to lower their heads when they were under the eaves. Dijia had no choice but to swallow the insult and point at Yunxiao angrily. Yunxiao did not give a definite answer. He smiled and said, "Let's talk about the future in the future. Fighting now is not beneficial to anyone. If we destroy this tower, it will definitely anger the masses and no one will have a good ending. Why don't we focus on what's happening now and see what's going on in the eternal world?" Dijia was only interested in the eternal world. Now that he had met Xiaohong, he didn't have the time to think about this. He snorted angrily and flew into the heavy weapon tower with Xianxia. Chu Hongyan, Gu Qingqing, and the others didn't know Dijia's identity, so they were all shocked when they heard the news. Xiaohong's face was also gloomy. Looking in the direction where Dijia disappeared, she said, "He has already obtained the power of the last clone." "Don't worry," Yunxiao said. "I won't let him devour you." Xiaohong was stunned for a moment and seemed to be touched. However, her face immediately darkened and she sneered, "I know what you're thinking, but you're not going to help me devour him, right?" Yunxiao smiled and looked at Xiaohong. "You two are born from the same body. Can't we be friends happily? Why do we have to harm each other?" "You!" "Shut up!" Xiaohong shouted angrily and left, as if she did not want to see Yunxiao again. Gu Qingqing blinked and laughed. "Hee, interesting. Let's go, my little lover." The rest of the people had already entered the building complex and disappeared. The inside seemed to be even wider and larger than what he could see. Everywhere was glittering with golden light, and there was a cold metallic aura. Once he entered, he felt a chill. Gu Qingqing led the way alone, and soon they came to a large hall. She looked around and said, "This should be the place." The hall was cold and quiet. It was not much different from the surrounding buildings, except that it was slightly larger. There was a spacious open space in front of the hall, paved with silver metal. "Is the best mystic artifact in this hall?" Yunxiao asked. "Is it true that the best mystic artifact is in this hall?" Everyone's faces were filled with joy and anticipation. Gu Qingqing laughed. "Aha, you're thinking too much. There are no Xian artifacts in this hall." "What? Then why did you bring us here?" Yunxiao was taken aback and did not know what was going on. Gu Qingqing smiled and said, "Although there are no profound level weapons here, it is one of the most important places in the entire heavy equipment tower. The restriction inside is the key to opening the eternal world. As for the profound level weapon you have the Divine Realm tablet in your hand. What other profound level weapon in the world is worthy of your eyes? You can't say that. What? Xianxia was displeased. I've come to Langia heaven after all this trouble, just to get some benefits. Gu Qingqing laughed. You'll get some benefits. She walked straight up and touched the door with her hand. There were 81 copper nails on it, as if she was looking for something. Finally, he grabbed one of the copper nails and pressed it down. Rumble! The door rumbled and trembled continuously. The 81 copper nails also trembled and flashed with light, forming various patterns. Gu Qingqing watched with a smile, as if she had everything planned out. Suddenly, her smile froze. She was stunned when she saw the runes formed by the copper nails. Then, she cried out in alarm, "Not good!" and fled. However, the seal on the door flashed and immediately shot out a ray of golden light, which slashed at her body. Gu Qingqing was shocked and angry. She found that she was locked on by the golden light and had no way to escape. She immediately turned around and hit it with her palm. Bang! The golden light pierced through her palm force, and a bloody hole appeared on the back of her hand. She fell from the sky. He staggered a few steps before he managed to stabilize his body. However, he could not care less about the injury on his hand. He looked at the iron door in shock, his eyes filled with doubt. Xianxia also knew that something unexpected must have happened. So he asked, "What's going on?" Gu Qingqing was stunned for a while, then looked at her palm. Although it had been pierced, it was a small injury. Fortunately, she reacted in time and escaped in an instant, giving her time to channel her power and strike. If his reaction had been any slower, his body would have been destroyed. Originally, she did not care much about this body. If it was destroyed, so be it. But now, this body was directly related to her relationship with Xianxia, and even with Xianxia Palace, so she had to be careful. After treating the wound on her palm, she said, "I also want to know what's going on." Humph! Xianxia snorted and said, "You came out of the realm of everlasting life? What's the situation inside?" Chu Hongyan and the others immediately perked up their ears to listen. After all, the eternal world was a great secret and had been very mysterious for generations. Few people knew about it, and there were only rumors that it was related to entering the godly state. Gu Qingqing thought for a while, and seemed to be hesitating whether to say it or not. After some thought, she said, "It's not as amazing as the rumors say. It's just a sealed space." Since it's an enclosed space, Xianxia continued, "How did you get out? Can one really become a god inside?" Gu Qingqing looked at him and sighed. "I guess becoming a god is true, but I can't leave the eternal world. Otherwise, the power of the godly state will disappear immediately. After all, the outside world can't sense the rules of the 10 directions, so it's hard to continue." Difficult to continue? Xianxia frowned. Although there were no rules of 10 directions in the outside world, after stepping into the true immortal realm, the spiritual energy in his body could run freely and grow without end, and he could directly absorb spirit chi and primordial energy to replenish himself. "You've really become a god, haven't you?" Gu Qingqing looked at him and smiled bitterly. Xianxia nodded without denying it. The referee, Buz, and the other two were taken aback. Although they had some speculations, they could not help but cry out in surprise when they saw Xianxia admit it. Gu Qingqing was the same. Her face turned pale, and her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Could it be that the sealed demon land has been opened? She muttered to herself for a long time. Without changing his expression, Xianxia asked tentatively, "You also know about the devil sealing grounds?" Humph! Gu Qingqing snorted unhappily. "If even you know about it, how can I not know? The 2 clones of the demon monarch were here just now, and with the heavenly Tao's numinous change, it's not surprising that MOPU came into being." "Then why are you so surprised when I became an immortal?" Xianxia laughed. Gu Qingqing glared at him and snorted. "I'm just depressed. However, since the way of heaven has changed, and according to that person's speculation, the rules of the 10 directions will return to the realm of heaven martial arts. It's not surprising that anyone can become a god. Who is that person? Xiao was taken aback, and he could not help but ask, someone can actually deduce it? Hee, I'm going to take you to see that person now. This is the benefit I told you about. Gu Qingqing laughed and deliberately kept him in suspense. Xiao pondered for a moment and said, does that mean that the man is also in the realm of everlasting life? You haven't answered me. Since the eternal world is sealed, how did you enter and come out? Also, what did you mean when you said that you've become a god? Gu Qingqing replied, I can answer all three of your questions. First, the man was indeed in the eternal world. Second, I also entered through the Jade Book Pavilion back then, but if my main body leaves, I will be affected by the heavenly martial arts realm. My body can't bear it, and I will age rapidly. It's even possible that I will die. Thus, I had no choice but to use a wisp of my divine soul to enter this little girl's body. She gave Xiao a strange look and said, the descendant of the Yi family in your divine realm tablet was also possessed by Yi Nanshan's divine soul, right? Xiao was slightly surprised. He had guessed it long ago, but he did not expect Gu Qingqing to have discovered it as well. Gu Qingqing continued, as for becoming a god in the eternal world, we have to start from the structure of the eternal world. The entire heaven of Xianxia is actually the nest of the ancient heavenly phoenix. Everyone was shocked, but they did not show much of an expression. Only Fanny could not help but feel a little excited, as if she could feel her blood becoming warm. Gu Qingqing had already seen through the power of her bloodline, so she couldn't help but look at Fei and I a few more times before continuing. The eternal world is located in the nest of the heavenly phoenix. The most precious feather of the heavenly phoenix contains most of the heavenly phoenix's power to create a world of its own. It allows the people inside to enter the immortal state and maintain their lives and bodies with all kinds of great divine powers. I see. Your so-called power of the immortal state must be maintained by the power of the heavenly phoenix, Xiao said. That's why it's difficult to leave. Gu Qingqing nodded. That's right. This is also a way for the peerless experts to survive after the disappearance of the 10 rules. However, over the years, although the eternal world was completely closed by the power of the Four Spirits seal, the weakening of the heavenly phoenix power was difficult to stop. It's a good thing that we've been waiting for the day when the 10 rules of the world will return. Her body trembled unnoticeably. After all, it had been so many years, and it was hard to describe her current mood with excitement. How many people are there in the eternal world? Xiao asked thoughtfully. Gu Qingqing thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't know either. The space inside isn't big, but it's not small either. Everyone has their own domain and rarely communicates with others. Speaking of which, the inside was filled with a deathly aura. Because of the passage of a long time, the only way to maintain one's life was to sleep. Even my original body is sleeping inside. Xiao remembered Bei Jinghong. He did not know what had happened to him after he was taken into the Divine Realm Tablet by Lingmu Di. Although he could sense everything inside the monument as long as he wanted to, he had to respect the territory that the Lingmu flute had marked out and had never peeked into it. Can I understand it as saying that once the eternal world is opened, there will be a large number of people who have passed away? Fanny could not help but ask. Gu Qingqing giggled and blinked her eyes playfully. Do I count? Xiao glared at her and said, Granny, what do you think? Go to hell. Gu Qingqing flew into a rage and threw a palm at Xiao, shattering his afterimage with a loud bang. Xiao's real body appeared 100 feet away as he said with a frown, What's wrong with you? Gu Qingqing scowled and scolded. You still dare to say I'm crazy? Fei and I quickly flew between the two of them and tried to smooth things over. It's all because my husband doesn't know how to talk. Lady Gu Qingqing is eternal and young. Humph. This little girl is the most sensible. Only then did Gu Qingqing's anger subside, and she said, I will never grow old. Xiao was speechless, thinking that this old woman was really terrifying. It seemed that he had to be careful with his words, so as not to touch any of her nerves and damage her body. In order to ease the atmosphere, Fanny walked up to Gu Qingqing with a smile and held her arm. Lady Gu Qing, is it possible to extract the power of the celestial phoenix from the eternal world? Gu Qing seemed to have felt the heavenly phoenix bloodline in Fanny's body and was a little surprised. I should be able to. The bloodline of the heavenly phoenix is extremely rare, and it's 1 in 10,000 to be able to reach your level. With the power of the celestial phoenix in the eternal world, you might be able to complete the 9 transformation body. Even if you're not as powerful as the ancient celestial phoenix, you'll be almost immortal. Immortal? Xianxia snapped. Immortal? The true ancient celestial phoenix has already disappeared, so how can it be undying? Gu Qing was furious. Boy, you're deliberately picking a fight with me, she said. Xianxia frowned and said, My lord, you've misunderstood me. I'm telling the truth. Why did the ancient True Spirit clan suddenly disappear? Even powerful existences like the True Dragon and Heavenly Phoenix have disappeared. I wonder if there are any opinions from the seniors in the eternal world. Even Ling Moody had no answer to this question. It was indeed a great mystery in the realm of heavenly martial arts. Gu Qing pondered. This is indeed strange. I've asked that person before and he seems to know something, but he's pretending not to know. If you see that person later, you can ask him yourself. Who is that man? Xianxia asked curiously. Who is he? If even Gu Qing can't get the answer, how can I? Gu Qing looked at him and suddenly smiled. You can, because you're the master of the Divine Realm Tablet? Xianxia. Xianxia fell silent. The Divine Realm Tablet seemed to have a great relationship with him, and he was becoming more and more aware that it was not as simple as it seemed. After a moment of silence, he asked, Since that person is so powerful, does he have any judgment of the current situation? Gu Qing said again, I'm not sure if he knows about the future, but even if he does, you are the only one who is willing to tell him. That is why I want to take you to see him. I am also very interested in many things. Faye and I laughed. I'd like to know too. Lady Gu Qing, please open the door. Don't waste any more time. Gu Qing nodded, then turned her eyes back to the hall, staring at the 81 copper nails and thinking. After the change, the 81 copper nails returned to their original state as if nothing had happened. I think this hall is a little strange, Emo said. If we can't do it, we'll break it down by force. Gu Qing quickly said, No, I'm afraid I'll break the restrictions inside and cause unpredictable results. I'll try again. This time, she was more careful and no longer had the confidence she had before. Instead, from a distance of more than 10 zhong, she sent all kinds of incantations into the copper door. The 81 copper nails glowed with light again, just like before. They formed a spell and shot out. How could it be like this? Gu Qing was shocked. Fortunately, she was prepared. She took out a sword and slashed at the golden light. With a bang, the golden light was destroyed, but the sword also trembled, and her arm went numb. I don't think this restrictive barrier is simple, Xianxia said seriously. Do you really remember the way to break it? Unless we can find the only way, we can't open it. Nonsense. The person who created this heavy equipment tower told me the method to break the restrictions. How can I be wrong? Gu Qing snorted with displeasure. She looked confident, but her eyes drooped, as if she was also very confused. That's strange, Xianxia said noncommittally. Strange. Gu Qing flicked her sleeves and snorted. Let's go. Let's go to another place. We'll find the person who made it. What? The person who made the heavy equipment tower. Everyone was stunned and somewhat dazed. Xianxia also touched his forehead and said, That person is still in the tower. Of course he's here. Gu Qing snorted. After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and flew up. The others didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly followed her. A moment later, they landed in front of a tower-shaped building. The tower only had 3 floors and was very low. It was not conspicuous in this group of buildings. Gu Qing kicked open the door of the tower with the others and strode in. Inside was the hall on the first floor, which was very spacious. However, everyone froze in an instant and suddenly became vigilant. There were 5 corpses lying in the hall, blood still flowing out. They had obviously died not long ago. "It's a saint," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. He would never forget the 200 to 300 people who had just appeared. These 5 people were the powerhouses of the holy region, each with a weapon stuck in their bodies and had died miserably. Gu Qingqing was shocked. How could this be? Did he kill Xianxia? He walked forward and grabbed a long spear. He pulled it out from one of the dead men. The spear was shining with a golden light, but it was still dripping with blood. "This spear isn't bad. I just happen to be lacking a handy weapon." He wiped the blood off the spear and clenched his fingers. Blood burst out of the 5 dead men and spun in the air, forming 5 cherry-sized beads. He then swallowed them. Recycling. The taste is not bad. He even licked his scarlet tongue in satisfaction. Fanny and the other women felt nauseated and disgusted. Yunxiao walked forward and began to observe carefully. On both sides of the hall were weapon racks, on which were all kinds of profound armaments. At a glance, they were all 9th-tier quality, and they looked very sharp. The weapons on the bodies of the few people on the ground were obviously taken from the weapons rack. Hu Qi! Suddenly, a spear light flashed in the air, and the judge thrust the spear at Yunxiao's back without any struggle. Swish! The spear hit him in the back, but it turned into thunder in an instant, and the whole spear was immediately covered with flowing lightning and crackling lightning. "What are you doing?" The rest of the people exclaimed and rushed forward to surround the judge. The referee's face was filled with confusion as he said awkwardly, "I'm inging." The spear suddenly bent on its own, and the extremely hard metal material suddenly became soft. The tip of the spear suddenly turned around and thrust at Yunxiao again. Pa! Yunxiao's arm glowed with a golden light as he grabbed the spearhead and shouted, "Everyone, be careful. There's something wrong with these weapons." As soon as he said that, the weapons on the 4 corpses flew up one after another, including sabers and swords. Without any warning, they suddenly slashed at Yunxiao. What a joke! Yunxiao put 2 fingers together and thrust them out like a sword, hitting the 4 weapons and knocking them away. Then, he leaped forward and pierced the spear out of his body. He turned around and struck the spear with his palm, sending it flying out of Mo's hands. A series of clanking sounds came from within the main hall. The 2 rows of weapon racks began to tremble and the dozens of 9th-tier profound armaments on them began to activate, releasing a powerful weapon accumulation that fluctuated within the hall. Chu Hongyan immediately covered Yunxiao's side and said with concern, "Feiyang, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Yunxiao shook his head. "I'm fine." He was also a little speechless in his heart. Ever since he had used the cool and unparalleled ancient Mayfly ball, his origin power had been greatly weakened, and he had been seriously injured by the heavy equipment tower's surprise attack. Then he had been ambushed by Yin Hui and just now he had been shot. The internal injuries that she had managed to recover from with great difficulty had been torn open again. She was like a sick cat. Although they were not fatal, they could not be healed. Gu Qingqing exclaimed, "Old Mu Xing, what the hell are you doing? Come out." The sound was very sharp, and it penetrated the sound of metal and went up. But there was no response, only the clattering of the weapons on both sides and the light of the weapons. The entire hall immediately became filled with killing intent. Mu Xing. Yunxiao was taken aback. As if he had thought of something, he cried out in surprise. Could it be the Mu clan? Gu Qingqing was shocked and angry. She cursed a few more times, but there seemed to be no response. Meanwhile, the weapons on both sides had already been drawn, turning into a stream of light and flying over. Damn it! Everyone, be careful! Gu Qingqing was furious, and she repeatedly struck out with her palms, using her gang qi to knock away the weapons. Chu Hongyan slashed out with her purple firmament sword, which immediately turned into a sword energy that covered Yunxiao and herself, making it impossible for any weapon to hurt them. The rest of the people also performed all kinds of void end to protect themselves from the countless saber lights and sword shadows. The entire hall was filled with dazzling light and the sound of metal clashing. The rhythm of the profound level weapon turned into a tangible sound wave, rippling like spring water, airtight. Lady Gu Qingqing, How is it? Faye and I was shocked. These profound level weapons can't be killed. How are we going to fight them? Gu Qingqing was also upset. How would I know? The best way is to charge forward and drag Mu Xing out to beat him to death. Her eyes were filled with resentment, but she was also a little worried. It seemed that the situation was not right. Suddenly, a white light rose in the middle of the crowd. Yunxiao threw out the Divine Realm tablet, and countless streams of light swirled around it. The Great Realm Divine Technique turned into a chapter of Maha-Ancient characters, which flickered around the jade tablet, and a vast weapon essence spread out. Gu Qingqing's pupils shrank, and she was horrified. It was also her first time seeing the power of the Divine Realm tablet, and the sense of sacredness was admirable. The weapons that were flying in the sky suddenly stopped moving, as if they had been fixed in place. They had completely lost their sharpness and were quietly suspended in the air. Everyone knew that this was the pressure of a profound level weapon. Those 9th-tier profound level weapons had been shocked by the hidden power of the Divine Realm tablet. In the hall, the golden blade lights and sword shadows mixed with the colorful steel inscriptions. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands and slammed them on the Divine Realm tablet. Immediately, a suction force gushed out. Those 9th-tier mystic artifacts all trembled, as if they wanted to break through the air and escape, but they could not control themselves. They lost their resistance in the light of the Divine Realm tablet and flew into the tablet. Wow! My husband is the best. Fanny clapped her hands and jumped up. She said in joy, so many 9th-tier profound armaments, and the quality is extremely high. I've struck it rich. Junior, you're dreaming if you think you can steal my blood, sweat, and tears that I spent half my life refining. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. A golden light flashed on the dome, and a golden puppet appeared. It flew and struck down with its palm. The golden puppet's form was somewhat similar to the strange metal man that the heavy equipment tower had transformed into, but it was smaller and more agile. Mu Xing, Gu Qingqing was furious. As soon as she saw the golden puppet, she couldn't hold back her anger. She flew up at the same time, her hands constantly changing seals in the air, and attacked. Bang! The two's palms collided, and both were shaken off. Gu Qingqing was at a disadvantage, and immediately spat out blood. After landing, she couldn't stand still, and even after taking a few steps back, she still fell to the ground. After the attack, the metal puppet grabbed the saber that was spinning beside it and slashed down. Chu Hongyan's face turned cold. The purple cloud sword soared into the sky and blocked the saber light. At the same time, 3 figures appeared and stabbed from both sides. Bang! Bang! The metal puppet was more human-like than the heavy weapon tower. It hurriedly retreated and waved its saber to block the sword chi. At this moment, the weapons around them had completely lost their resistance and were all taken into the Divine Realm tablet. The hall became quiet all of a sudden. Gu Qingqing glared at the puppet and cursed, Mu Xing, you're crazy. The puppet's face was extremely gloomy. He was the only weapon left in his hand, and it was suppressed by the Divine Realm tablet, so it almost lost its spirituality. You've wasted half of my life's effort and you still say I'm crazy? I'll kill you all. He raised his hand and roared, his body shaking a few times. Soon after, the entire pagoda began to tremble. Rays of formation light emerged and surged from all directions, shooting towards the center. Gu Qingqing was furious. Everyone, let's beat him up. You don't have to give me face. Everyone started to attack in all directions. Spiritual pressure emerged and blocked the power of the entire pagoda. No matter how hard Mu Xing tried, he could not do anything. Humph! Just you wait and see. Mu Xing was extremely depressed as he turned into a ray of golden light and left the hall. It's not easy to meet a living person. It's a pity to leave, stay. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he raised his hand and smashed it into the great hall outside the Tusada Heavenly Peak. Boom! The entire hall trembled and instantly shattered, turning into countless golden lights. It wasn't just the main hall on the first level. The entire small tower collapsed, turning into countless metal fragments that were sent flying in all directions. What? As soon as Mu Xing stepped out of the hall, he felt a powerful force coming from behind. It had a strong metallic aura. He never thought that the pagoda would be smashed to pieces. When he turned around, he was completely shocked and stood on the spot, dumbfounded. Gu Qingqing and the others surrounded him, cutting off his escape. Yunxiao put away Do Shui Heavenly Peak and walked up to her. "You're Mu Xing." Mu Xing took a while to come back to his senses and said, "What kind of treasure did you use to destroy my pagoda?" "Now, I'm the knife and you're the fish," Yunxiao said coldly. "Do you have the right to ask questions?" Mu Xing sized him up and laughed. "Ha! How arrogant! Did he think that just because he had the Divine Realm tablet, he was really the person chosen by it? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Childish!" Gu Qingqing was still angry. "Let's give him a good beating first. The only reason he dares to be so arrogant is because a wisp of his soul has descended. Even if we destroy his body, it will be difficult to hurt his original body." Gu Qingqing, Mu Xing scolded. "You're from the eternal world. How dare you bring an outsider to open the seal? Are you trying to make everyone angry? Public anger? Now that the heavenly Tao has changed, everyone can't wait to get out of the eternal world. You're the one who's going to anger everyone by sealing the passage by force, right?" Gu Qingqing sneered. "You sent me to guard this place back then, but you didn't say that I can let anyone in now." Mu Xing snorted. Gu Qingqing was impatient and scolded. "I don't want to argue with you. Quickly come with me to open the restriction. In your dreams." Mu Xing crossed his arms in front of his chest. Although he could not defeat these people in front of him, they could not do anything to him either, so he shamelessly stood still. Chu Hongyan said, "Feiyong, although this person has landed on the body of a puppet and is difficult to destroy, your cauldron of mountain and river is also a saint artifact. If you refine him, his soul will be destroyed and his body will be injured, right?" "What? The cauldron of mountain and river?" Mu Xing's entire body trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. "The cauldron of mountain and river is in your hands. I subdued the Xian Kueli flame when I was in the Emperor Pill Tower," Yunxiao said. "I've almost refined it. I'll use this puppet to test the power of the cauldron of mountain and river and the alchemy fire." A streak of white light flew out from his palm, and the cauldron of mountain and river appeared. There were all kinds of patterns dancing on it, and there was a faint red glow that was like a fire dragon spitting its tongue. "The cauldron of mountain and river. The Xingkue Li flame." Mu Xing cried out in fear. He was finally afraid. He shot up into the sky and was about to escape. However, things did not go as he wished. Gu Qingqing and Chu Hongyan attacked at the same time from the left and right, causing him to fall to the ground and create a pit in the hard ground. "Stop!" Mu Xing was frightened when he saw the cauldron of mountain and river flying over with Xian Kueli's flames. He said hurriedly, "Stop! Let's talk this out. I was in the wrong earlier and offended everyone. I'll admit my mistake and apologize. Hee. This puppet is quite smart." Fei and I could not help but laugh. Yunxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He stopped the cauldron of mountain and river and let it fly back into his hand, then said, "It's not easy for Mr. Mu Xing to survive until now. You're indeed wise to take advantage of the situation." Mu Xing was embarrassed and angry. She snorted and did not say anything. "Don't act all high and mighty in front of me," Gu Qingqing said coldly. "Otherwise, even if Yunxiao doesn't kill you, I'll kill you, and I know where your real body is. Do you believe that I will go and cut off your head right now?" Mu Xing's expression changed drastically. She was now a little afraid, and her unyielding spirit was gone. She became much more obedient. "Let me ask you," Yunxiao said, "are you a member of the Mu family?" "What are you saying?" Mu Xing frowned. "My surname is Mu, so I'm naturally from the Mu clan. Could it be that I'm from the Li clan and Zhang clan?" Yunxiao thought for a moment. This Mu Xing must also be an antique, and God knew what era he was from. Anyone who could survive until now could not be simple. "I'm talking about a puppet clan that lives in seclusion on Heavenspan Island," Yunxiao explained in detail. "A puppet clan? Heavenspan Island. Mu Xing's eyes were filled with confusion as she asked, I've been in seclusion in the eternal world for tens of thousands of years. My family did specialize in puppet and weapon refinement. I wonder if it's the current Mu clan. How's the current Mu clan? He still seemed to be very concerned. There are people from the Mu family who have entered the tower this time, Xianxia said. Do you know the puppet master Mu Chen? Mu Chen. Mu Xing screamed as if he had heard a ghost. His face twisted and his eyes were filled with ferocity. A violent aura and emotion spread throughout his body. Be careful. Slightly surprised, Chu Hongyan stood in front of Xianxia with her sword. Gu Qingqing and the others also used their divine senses to lock onto Mu Xing. If he made any movement, they would immediately attack and blow him up. After a while, Mu Xing gradually restrained his emotions, but his face was still gloomy as he stared at Xianxia. Is Mu Chen still alive? It has been tens of thousands of years, and he hasn't come to the eternal world. How is he going to live? Xianxia was taken aback, very puzzled, but then he laughed. So Yingluo is dead? Mu Xing was slightly taken aback. She was stunned and found it very strange. Xianxia felt that his words were very awkward, so he thought for a moment and said, he should probably, definitely be dead? What are you talking about? If he's dead, then he's dead. If he's not dead, then he's not dead. Is he dead or not? Mu Xing retorted. Xianxia stroked his chin and said, how do you want me to answer that? I'm not a member of the Mu clan, so I don't know much about it. However, most of the people from tens of thousands of years ago are dead, unless they sealed themselves with great divine abilities and secret techniques like you. However, this is only my guess. If you want to know the specific details, the Mu family's head is also in this heavy equipment tower. If you have the opportunity, you can ask him yourself. The head of the Mu family? Mu Xing was taken aback, but immediately rejoiced. Who is it? Quickly take me to him. Gu Qingqing cursed. This tower is so big, and there are so many people. How do we know where he is? I do have a few disciples of the Mu family in the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia said. You can ask them. The space between his eyebrows flashed, and the few disciples of the Mu family who had been taken into the Divine Realm tablet immediately appeared. However, they all looked confused and did not know where they were. One of them cupped his fists very politely and said, Young Master Xianxia, where is this place? Where's our family head? Xianxia waved his hand and pointed at Mu Xing as he said, This man is your ancestor. He has something to ask you. What? Ancestor Bayan. Those few people were stunned, and the young man in the lead was immediately displeased. He said angrily, Young Master Xianxia has a good relationship with our Mu family, and he even has a good story with junior sister Wanshan. How can you tease us like this? A good story. Chu Hongyan's eyes flickered as she immediately looked at Xianxia. Xiao's forehead was covered in sweat as he said in a hurry, What nonsense are you guys talking about? This person is really your ancestor. The young man was instantly furious and cursed. Enough! We respect your outstanding strength, and the Mu family has always been polite to you. Who would have known that you, Yingluo, are your ancestor? Finally, they could not help but swear. Several disciples of the Mu family immediately took out their weapons and stood on guard, fearing that Xianxia would attack them in a fit of anger. Ha ha ha! Mu Xing laughed out loud and was very happy. It seems that my descendants have a backbone. Ha ha! But this kid is right. This old man is indeed your ancestor. I'm your ancestor. The disciples of the Mu family were furious again. They glared at Mu Xing and drew their swords, ready to fight with their lives. Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, and the smile on her face gradually froze. She snorted and said, It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you yell at this ancestor? His figure flickered, and he immediately made his move. Following that, a few screams could be heard. The disciples of the Mu family were all lying on the ground, their bones and tendons dislocated, wailing in pain. What a waste of strength! Mu Xing was extremely displeased and rebuked. Is the Mu family now full of such a bunch of trash? Not exactly, Xianxia said. Many powerful young disciples of the Mu family have also come in. But the random teleportation in Langya Heaven is too chaotic, so they probably didn't manage to gather together. Mu Xing's face looked a bit better, but it didn't seem like she was done. She continued to kick the disciples a few more times before slowly revealing her identity. The disciples of the Mu family were dumbfounded when they heard that. But when they looked at Xianxia and the others, they realized that they would never lie to them like that. Only then did they believe him. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and called him ancestor. Let me ask you, is the perfected puppet Mu Chen dead? Mu Xing snorted. Ah! The disciples were all stunned and looked at each other. The leader of the disciples said respectfully, Perfected Mu Chen was the most powerful puppeteer in the Mu family's history. He was a figure from tens of thousands of years ago and has long passed away. Are you sure? Mu Xing asked with a frown. The disciple was stunned again and said awkwardly, Of course I'm sure. How can a person from tens of thousands of years ago still be alive? Mu Xing was very dissatisfied with Xianxia's answer, which was almost the same as his. I've lived for tens of thousands of years. How can I still be alive? That Mu Chen's divine power is not inferior to mine. So why are you so sure that he's dead? This buy-in. The few disciples were stunned on the spot. They felt a little dizzy and could not answer. How could they know if Mu Chen was really dead? Of course, they could only make a guess based on common sense. Don't worry, sir, Xianxia said. The master of the Mu family is also in the tower. He must have some clues. I hope so, but it's hard to say. Mu Xing sighed. For example, the current master doesn't know that I'm still alive. Why do you care so much about Mu Chen's life and death? Xianxia asked curiously. Do you have an affair with him? Eft. Even though Mu Xing was in a puppet form, he spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. You're the fucking one with him. He is this old man's blood brother. And also this old man's mortal enemy. Ah! The disciples of the Mu clan were completely dumbfounded. The person in front of them was actually the younger brother of the strongest puppeteer in the history of the Mu clan, the perfected puppet Mu Chen. Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. He could not help but look at Mu Xing a few more times, but the latter was just a puppet, so he could not see anything. Mu Chen is your brother? He asked. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Mu Xing snorted. No problem. Xianxia shook his head. That's even better. Better. Before Mu Xing could react, he saw Xianxia take out the Divine Realm tablet and shout, Follow me! Xianxia stepped forward, grabbed Mu Xing, and flew into the Divine Realm tablet. Mu Xing had wanted to resist, but there were too many experts, and he would be courting death if he resisted. Besides, he also wanted to see the Divine Realm tablet, so he immediately flew in. Mu Xing looked left and right, but he could not see anything. He was displeased and said, It's said that the Divine Realm tablet not only has its own world, but it also involves the realm power of the heavenly martial realm. Why is there nothing here? The realm power of the heavenly martial realm? Xianxia frowned. It's connected to the realm power of the heavenly martial realm? Where does this come from? You don't know? Mu Xing was stunned. Then he sneered and said, It's no wonder. You've only obtained the Divine Realm tablet, but you're not the real owner of it. Looking at Xianxia's unkind face, Mu Xing's heart jolted and he felt an inexplicable fear. There's no harm in telling you. This Divine Realm tablet is a heavenly saint tool, a supreme saint tool that has existed since the birth of the heavenly martial realm. It is inextricably linked to this realm. Xianxia already knew about these things, so he did not bother to ask when he saw nothing new. Do you know that the Mu clan has 3 great puppet abilities? My Mu clan's puppet divine arts are like the stars in the vast Milky Way. There are countless of them. There are more than 3 of them. Mu Xingyan laughed. Xianxia was taken aback. It seemed that the Mu family's arrogance had been around since ancient times. Too lazy to respond, he continued. The first is to cast beans into soldiers. Magic beans for soldiers? Mu Xing frowned and said, It's very difficult to cultivate this divine power. It requires a certain amount of talent and luck. Not everyone can succeed. Xiao nodded with an appreciative look on his face. It seemed that Mu Xing was indeed capable. In the entire Mu clan, only Mu Yitong had learned this divine art, and when he used it, it was extremely majestic. The second is the 12 divine beings killing formation. Have you heard of it? He continued. Mu Xing's face flickered, and 2 sharp beams of light shot out of his eyes as he stared at Xiao and said, "Have you ever seen the 12 divine beings killing formation?" "Don't look at me like that," Xiao said. "Don't forget that I'm the knife and you're the fish. You don't seem to understand the situation. If you continue to offend me, the cauldron of mountain and river and the Exine Coeli flames will be waiting for you to taste them." Mu Xing almost fainted from anger, but she did not dare to be too presumptuous and replied honestly, "Of course I know, because the person who refined the 12 divine beings killing formation into a heart-refined puppet was me." "What?" This time, it was Xiao's turn to be completely stunned. He stared at him in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "Don't lie to me. I didn't study much." "How can I lie to you?" Mu Xing snorted. "Did you see the 12 puppets that formed 6 Ding and 6 Jia?" Xiao finally believed him. He was overjoyed, and his attitude became humble as he cupped his fists and said, "I was being rude before, but Lord Mu Xing's puppetry is unparalleled and has truly awed the world. Hee. Mu Xing couldn't help but grin when she heard someone praise him like that. However, she soon frowned and seemed unhappy as if she had thought of something. When Xiao saw his look, he asked curiously, "Has Darren thought of something?" Mu Xing waved her hand and said impatiently, "It's fine. Continue. Didn't he say that he had 3 puppet divine abilities? What's the other thing?" Xiao shook his head. "I don't know about the last one. It is said that only the heads of the Mu family know about it." "I see. So mysterious. It seems that it's more powerful than Magic Arsenal and the 12 divine beings killing formation." "But that's not right, Ingluo." Mu Xing pondered for a moment and said, "Back then, my 12 divine beings killing formation wasn't completed, but its power was already earth-shattering. It's really hard to imagine what can surpass it. That's one of the 3 great ominous formations from the ancient times. If it's integrated into a formation, it can make the ominous formation reappear in the sky. It's truly invincible." "What? It's not done." Xiao felt a little dizzy, and he said gloomily, "How can Milord be so irresponsible? Isn't it harming the future generations by passing down the semi-finished product?" "You think I don't want to?" Mu Xing glared at him. "If I can completely merge the 12 divine beings killing formation into the heart-refined puppet, my achievements will be above Mu Chen's, and I won't be suppressed by him for the rest of my life. It was too difficult. I want to pluck the stars from the sky, but I need to have the ability to do so." Xiao was rendered speechless by his words, and he said helplessly, "All right, so be it. Even if it's incomplete, it'll be fine. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia are with me, and there are still many key parts that I don't understand. I hope that Darren will not be stingy with your guidance." "You have the 6 Ding and 6 Jia on you?" Mu Xing was shocked. Then he muttered to himself, "Such a coincidence. Could it be that there is really a mayfly in this world?" With a thought from Xiao, 6 Ding and 6 Jia flew out and landed around Mu Xing, turning into the size of an ordinary person. They had come out of the stone one after another, their faces handsome. As expected, Mu Xing was overcome with emotion as he looked at the puppets with tender affection. He could not help but reach out to hug one of them as tears streamed down his face. Xiao coughed twice and said, "Please don't be sad, my lord. It's a rare opportunity for me to meet the puppet master. I'm very lucky. I hope you can teach me." Mu Xing sighed with emotion for a while before saying, "If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. I can be considered to be fated with you. Since you've obtained the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, I'll teach you all the secrets of the formation. I don't know if I'll have the chance to complete it in my life. Unfortunately, even after tens of thousands of years, my body is still sealed in the eternal world and hasn't made any progress. My lord is too modest. My lord, be careful. I'm going to make my move." Yunxiao immediately threw out 12 incantation seals, which immediately split into 12 and fell on the puppets. 4 of them suddenly transformed into huge forms and were fully revealed, with a monstrous aura. Not only did his aura change, but even his appearance had changed from gentle to ferocious. Mu Xing's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly shouted, "Hold on!" He looked at the 4 spirit puppets in shock, his eyes flashing with extreme horror, as if he had seen something extremely incredible. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture in front of him and said with a frown, "What's wrong?" Mu Xing rubbed her eyes and looked at the 4 puppets again. Only then was she convinced. These 6 Ding and 6 Jia have been tampered with. They've been modified from the foundation of my original version. Oh, there's such a thing? Yunxiao was taken aback, and he found it strange as well. Then, he performed an incantation gesture, and the 4 giant spiritual puppets returned to the size of ordinary human beings. Mu Xing held those puppets and observed them carefully one by one. The shock and solemnity on her face grew deeper and deeper, and finally, she became dazed. Yunxiao looked at his dazed look and asked in confusion, "My lord, what's going on?" Mu Xing did not reply, but continued to circle around the 6 Ding 6 Jia. After a long while, he said with a serious expression, "The heart-refining technique of the 6 Ding 6 Jia has been completed by someone." The voice was extremely dejected, full of helplessness, and even a kind of despair. Even though Mu Xing was in a puppet form, it was obvious that he was dejected. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Ha! Isn't it better to be completely refined by someone?" Mu Xing looked up at him and said weakly, "Mu Chun was the one who repaired the Xianxia." Eh? Yunxiao was also an alchemist, so he could easily understand the man's disappointment. He patted the man on the shoulder and comforted him. "It's been tens of thousands of years. Any emotions should be gone. You've lived longer than him, so you win. At least you still have a chance to improve, but he doesn't." Mu Xing was stunned for a moment. She felt that this was the case and her mood became slightly better. Yunxiao looked at the 12 puppets, which exuded an ancient aura. They were majestic and lifelike, and he sighed with emotion. "I was the one who created the foundation of the 12 divine beings killing formation. I'll now teach you all the mental cultivation techniques, and you'll know all the secrets of this formation," Mu Xing said, adjusting her emotions. Yunxiao was taken aback and suddenly felt flattered, but Mu Xing had already reached out a hand. He hesitated for a moment before placing his palm on it as well. He immediately felt a wave of soul power slowly pressing on his palm. Information slowly flowed in. At first, it was like a trickle of water, then it was like a river surging, and finally it was like 100 rivers pouring into the sea. The huge heart-refining technique and formation changed, turning into a sky full of memory runes, pouring into his mind. Several hours later, their palms gradually separated. Mu Xing looked extremely tired as well. She exhaled and said, "There's too much content. You can slowly digest it." With a solemn look on his face, Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with one hand in front of him, and a soul body immediately separated from him and sat down cross-legged to slowly digest the information. His real body and Mu Xing turned into a white light and flashed out of the Divine Realm tablet. Both of them looked a little tired. Yunxiao had split his soul, while Mu Xing had suffered a heavy blow and had consumed too much soul power, so he was extremely dejected. Chu Hongyan saw his expression and thought that he had not gained anything, so she comforted him. "There's no rush. I'll slowly comprehend it in the future." Yunxiao took her hand and said with a smile, "The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation was created by Mr. Mu Xing." Ah! The others did not understand what he meant, but Chu Hongyan was taken aback. She looked at Mu Xing with respect. Gu Qingqing laughed. "Haha, that old man Mu Xing is the creator of this tower. Although he's not the only one, he's in charge of the entire process. He's a really capable man." Mu Xing heaved a long sigh and said, "I'll take you to open the restriction. To be honest, I'm also looking forward to it. After all, I've been here for too long. Like a piece of rotten wood buried in dust. It's no longer interesting." He took the lead and went to the hall. At this moment, in Xianxia heaven, a million miles away from the heavy equipment tower, a building with a warm luster was suspended in the void. It exuded a thick scholarly aura, giving people a sense of peace and tranquility. There was a plaque hanging on the building with 2 large golden words on it. Jade Pavilion. The green light on the Jade Pavilion spread out, illuminating everything within a 10-mile radius. From time to time, rays of light would fly over and land directly on the steps in front of the building, and then rush in with great joy. Inside was a huge main hall, surrounded by flickering jade slips. However, when one approached, the power of a barrier would fluctuate like water, shaking people away and making it impossible to obtain. The warriors who had just entered would try to grab the jade slips, but none of them had failed. They could only step into the teleportation array in the center of the hall and disappear. It was said that this teleportation array led to 108 different library spaces, and each person could obtain some inheritances according to their different opportunities. Just outside the Jade Book Pavilion, within a few thousand feet, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared. Their powerful auras twisted the flowing light of the Jade Book Pavilion, making it bend. "We've finally arrived." One of the men looked at the Jade Book Pavilion. He didn't have much expression, but he was extraordinarily handsome. It was Wei Qing. Wei Wuxia was also in the crowd, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he looked at the Jade Book Pavilion, seemingly in deep thought. The rest of the people were more or less happy. Some of them were even coming to Xianxia heaven for the first time, and they were all very curious about this place of scriptures. "Aren't we going in to take a look?" A young man couldn't resist his curiosity and tried to look in with his divine sense and eyes, but he was blocked by a force and couldn't see anything. See? Look at your poor appearance. With these 2 Darren here, this Jade Book Pavilion will immediately be in our pocket. At that time, won't it be up to us to see what we want? I really don't understand how you're qualified to be the city lord with your IQ. One of the men beside the young man sneered. The man had his hands on his sword, and the foundation on his face made him look white and tender. He had a demonic aura as he called out in a strange voice. "Li Yi's right," Wei Wuxia said indifferently. "Don't worry, Qingyun. This Jade Book Pavilion is all-encompassing and has a vast collection of books. There must be the secret manual of the divine skill that you want inside. The most important thing now is to subdue it." The young man was the city lord of Red Moon City, Luo Qingyun. He did not comment but said, "This Jade Book Pavilion has been said to have stood for several tens of thousands of years, but I've never heard of anyone being able to take it away. In the past tens of thousands of years, countless experts have appeared, and none of them are weaker than you or me. I don't understand why you are so confident." Li Yi immediately rebuked, "Luo Qingyun, how dare you? Since the 2 lords are so confident, then naturally they are extremely confident. How can you randomly question them?" Luo Qingyun glanced at him contemptuously and sneered, "Isn't it normal to doubt? If we don't have absolute confidence, in my opinion, we should go in first and try our luck. After we come out, we'll think of a way to subdue this pavilion, so as not to end up with nothing." Li Yi sneered. "For tens of thousands of years, how many people have been as wise and divine as the 2 of you, who have seen through everything? You're really thinking too much." Luo Qingyun was slightly angered by Li Yi's actions. She pointed at Li Yi and shouted, "You shit-licking thing, get lost. You coward." Li Yi was furious, and his emotions exploded. With a clang, he pulled out the sword in his hand and was about to slash. "Stop!" Wei Wuxia shouted with a frown. Suddenly, a wave of pressure spread out, intimidating Li Yi and making him unable to move. Li Yi struggled for a while and said angrily, "My lord, this person is a two-hearted person. He must be punished." Wei Qing turned around and looked at the 2 of them coldly. "What are you quarreling about all day? A good Red Moon City is handed over to you, but it's getting worse and worse." Li Yi scoffed. "If it wasn't for him holding me back at every turn, Red Moon City would have long flourished. It would be even better than it was in the past. After Xianxia Heaven's matter is over," Wei Qing said, "I can consider leaving Red Moon City to you to manage. But if you can't achieve the effect I want, I won't let you off. When Li Yi heard this, he was both surprised and delighted. He quickly said, "Many thanks, my lord. With my ability, it's more than enough to control the Red Moon City." Luo Qingyun frowned slightly, but he did not show much emotion. The men behind the two of them were shocked and exchanged glances with each other. Wei Qing looked at Luo Qingyun and said, "I know your ambition is not in the city. This Jade Book Pavilion is indeed mysterious and unpredictable, but there are records in the Holy Region. It was the depository of scriptures of a large sect in the past, and it was forcefully moved to the heaven of Xianxia. The explanation is very detailed, and I have at least a 60% chance of taking it in." 60%. Luo Qingyun pondered for a moment and didn't say anything. A 60% chance of success was already extremely high, and it was a matter of great profit. Even if he couldn't subdue it, he wouldn't lose anything. But according to my observations, this Xianxia heaven is very likely to be the base of that sect, and the layout inside is not simple. But no matter what, after so many years, this item no longer has an owner. Naturally, it will be taken by the capable. He raised his hand and several rays of light shot out. They stood 3,000 meters away from the Jade Book Pavilion and turned into a large flag. The flag rose in the wind and fluttered. Soon, different patterns appeared on each flag, but they were all vivid birds and beasts that rolled with the strong wind as if they were attached to it. Wei Wuya said, "This is the 10 fearsome flags that were refined according to the records. Using this formation to suppress the Jade Book Pavilion is a feasible method that the senior who recorded it came up with. Once it's used, there shouldn't be any problems. But for safety's sake, according to our previous arrangement, each of you will be responsible for one flag in case of any changes." "Yes." The people behind him immediately spread out and ran towards the flags, each of them guarding one side. Only Wei Wuya and his son, Luo Qingyun, Li Yi, and Nan Fengxian were left in the arena. Nan Fengxian did not say a word from the beginning to the end. She stood quietly beside the few of them, wearing a small blue cotton-padded jacket, her face expressionless. "Don't we need to wait for everyone inside to come out?" Luo Qingyun asked. "Humph." Wei Qing snorted coldly. "Where do we get so much time? Later, when suppressing the Jade Book Pavilion, they will naturally feel uncomfortable, so they will come out." Luo Qingyun didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Li Yi looked around and said, "Why isn't the Divine Control Martial Emperor here yet? Could he have gotten lost? This Xianxia heaven is indeed big enough. Why don't we stop waiting and make a move first? We'll be more confident when he comes," said Wei Qing lightly. "The beast can sense our auras, so it's impossible for us to get lost. Perhaps we encountered something on the way." Suddenly, 2 rays of light flew over from the distance and 2 figures appeared above the flag of the 10 fearsome. One was tall and the other was short, both of them exuding extremely powerful auras. However, he was also shocked by the array in front of him. He looked down in shock and then looked at the Jade Book Pavilion. The tall man cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what is this for?" The 2 men were also extremely powerful, but when they saw Wei Wuya and the others, they both gasped in shock. The short man's body suddenly trembled and he exclaimed, You are Lord Wei Qing." The tall man also suddenly realized that the person in front of him looked very familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. After being reminded, his mind suddenly cleared. The person in front of him was Wei Qing, the administrative secretary of the Holy Region. "Greetings, Lord Wei Qing." The 2 of them bowed in unison and were extremely respectful. "So it's Xiang Liang of the Xiang clan and Mi Cheng of the Ping Shui mansion. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I really miss you." Wei Qing revealed the identity of the 2, but his expression was indifferent, without any reminiscence. The 2 of them knew that it was just a courtesy, so they hurriedly said, "We are the same. Lord Wei Qing is still as elegant as ever." Wei Qing's eyes flashed as he recalled, "After the Heaven and Earth Power Chart battle, the 2 of you disappeared. I think you've been cultivating in seclusion. Now that he has reappeared on the continent, his strength is indeed extraordinary." "Sir, you're joking. You've embarrassed the 2 of us." The two of them hurriedly said modestly, "I see that you two are only one step away from divine transcendence," Wei Qing said with a smile. "It's very likely that you'll make a breakthrough in this trip to Langya Heaven." "Thank you for your kind words, my lord." The two of them were overjoyed. Being stuck at the peak of martial arts was the biggest knot in their hearts, and it was also their purpose in coming to Langya Heaven. The tall man was Xianxia, and he tentatively asked, "Your Excellency, the Jade Book Pavilion should be up ahead, right? I wonder what Your Excellency is doing here?" "You're going to the Jade Book Pavilion?" Wei Qing asked. "Since we're here, we naturally have to go and see," Xianxia hurriedly said. Wei Qing let out an "oh" and shook his head. "That's really unfortunate. I'm planning to take the Jade Book Pavilion into my possession and am currently setting up an array. The two of you are late. Please go and play elsewhere." "Ah? Keep it in your pocket." The two of them were shocked and looked at each other. The Jade Book Pavilion had an illustrious reputation in Langya Heaven. It was an all-inclusive scripture that attracted countless geniuses to enter Langya Heaven. Wei Qing actually wanted to take it away. The two people's expressions became strange. They both secretly wondered if this Jade Book Pavilion could accept it. If it was possible, how could no one have succeeded in tens of thousands of years? "This Xianxia isn't easy to keep, right?" Mi Cheng asked. "We have a 50% chance of winning," Wei Qing said. "If the collection fails, it won't be too late for you two to go in." "Half." The two of them were shocked again. A 50% chance of winning was already very high. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. The two of them stood there, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. Since they had already come here, how could they be willing to turn back like this? However, if they entered, not only would they look down on the other party's status, but their strength was also not something they could contend with. Moreover, the people around them did not seem to be easy to deal with. Wei Qing had already seen through their thoughts. He smiled and said, "The two of you don't need to be put in a difficult position. I'm taking over this Jade Book Pavilion to benefit the world. Could it be that after Lord Bai and has collected it, you're willing to open it to the world?" Xianxia said in surprise. Wei Qing laughed and said, "Most of the magical power secret manuals in the Jade Book Pavilion are high-grade martial arts, so how could anyone be qualified to learn them? Have the two of you heard about the reopening of the Heaven and Earth power chart?" The two's expressions changed slightly, and they hesitated. Mi Cheng said thoughtfully, "I've heard of it, but I can't tell if it's true or not. If Lord Wei Qing says so, then it must be true?" Wei Qing nodded. "Of course. At that time, everyone on the list will be qualified to enter and choose a secret divine ability manual. People on the rankings." Both of their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Not to mention whether it was worthwhile to enter the Jade Book Pavilion and participate in the Heaven and Earth power chart. Even if they did participate, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to enter the top 10. The two of them had also participated in the previous Wind and Cloud List martial competition, and their rankings were extremely high. However, there were not many experts who participated in the competition back then. Firstly, there were no benefits. It was difficult to attract experts with only a title. Secondly, the leaders of the various sects were concerned about their status and reputation, so they rarely participated. If this time the Jade Book Pavilion was used as a guide and supplemented with other rewards, the competition would probably be abnormally fierce. The title of the top 10 was practically out of the question. Wei Qing saw through the two's thoughts and smiled. "If I remember correctly, you two were ranked 17 and 18 last time, but with your current cultivation, it's very likely that you'll enter the top 10. And this time, the qualifications of the Jade Book Pavilion would be set in the top 100. As for the top 10, there will be other great rewards." 100. Xianxia was shocked. "The list of names is so wide? I'm afraid that the cultivators who come will be a mix of good and bad. After all, with the Jade Book Pavilion as bait, who would want to come and try their luck?" "Luck is also a part of one's strength," Wei Qing said. The two of them were silent, but their minds were spinning. They knew that the Holy Region would not be so generous and open to the public about the Jade Book Pavilion. Moreover, such a large-scale martial arts competition was most likely a scheme. It was just that the attraction of the Jade Book Pavilion was indeed too great. If they were ranked 100, they might really go and participate. However, at this moment they hoped that Wei Qing would fail. That way, he would not have to participate in the billboard contest and be influenced by the sanctuary. After a while, several more figures flew over, wanting to enter the Jade Book Pavilion. However, they were blocked by the light of the 10 fearsome flags, and were completely unable to enter. What's going on? The few of them were all shocked. Then, they looked over angrily and shouted, "What the hell are you guys doing? Why did you seal the Jade Book Pavilion?" Without waiting for Wei Qing's reply, Li Yi shouted, "This place has been designated as a forbidden area. Everyone, leave immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." What kind of fucking joke are you telling? The Jade Book Pavilion was turned into a forbidden area by you? Fuck. All kinds of curses were heard, but those people could also see that Wei Qing and the others were extraordinary. So they only cursed from a distance and did not dare to really come forward. Li Yi was furious. He picked up his sword and was about to kill. Wei Qing's expression changed as he extended his hand to stop him. "You don't need to do anything. He's here." Suddenly, the roar of a ferocious beast shook the sky, followed by a strange laugh. A terrifying white light flashed through the crowd and cut the sky into pieces. Ah! All kinds of screams were heard. Most of those people had been cut into pieces, and blood and broken limbs were everywhere. Those who were lucky enough to survive were so scared that they turned into rays of light and fled. They didn't even know what had happened. The only thing they knew was that an incredible expert had come and killed them as easily as killing ants. These people weren't stupid. They immediately fled when they realized that the situation wasn't right. However, a terrifying pressure came from above, and the entire space was rapidly compressed. Then, a blade light swept over like a hurricane. Countless screams rang out, and not a single one survived. Limbs rained down from the sky, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The whole world was dead silent. At the place where the warriors had been standing, there was a man in purple, carrying a huge ghost hunter. Beside him was a furry beast, whose demonic chi was rising, almost condensing into a flame. Xiang Liang and Mi Cheng's whole body trembled, and they looked at Yao Jinliang in horror and cried out, "A divine control martial sovereign!" The two of them clenched their fists at the same time and were extremely vigilant, killing so many people as soon as he arrived. "It's too bloody." Wei Qing was quite dissatisfied and frowned. After all, the sanctuary was the leader of the world. They had to guard the good and not the evil. Even if they wanted to kill, they had to have a reason and try not to kill indiscriminately. Hee, these people's chit-chat is making me irritated. You're not in a good mood. Can you not kill? Yao Jinliang chuckled and put away the ghost hunter twist. Then he walked over with the buried cloud beast. Xiang Liang and Mi Cheng were so scared that they hurriedly retreated, afraid that this devil would suddenly attack and kill people for no reason. Xiang Liang, Mi Cheng, I didn't expect you two to be here. Did Wei Qing invite you out of the mountain? Yao Jinliang looked at the two of them, licked his lips, and chuckled. Mi Cheng's face turned pale and he quickly cupped his fists. "Greetings, Lord Divine Control. The two of us are only passing by this place and want to go to the Jade Book Pavilion. Since this place has already become a forbidden area, the two of us will go try our luck elsewhere. We won't disturb you when you're busy, so we'll take our leave." Wei Qing didn't stop them. He waved his hand. "Do as you please. However, I'm giving you two a serious invitation. I hope I can see you two on the billboard this time." The two of them were shocked, but when they saw Wei Qing's clear eyes, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They hurriedly replied, I will." After saying that, he didn't dare to stay any longer and turned into a ray of light and flew away. Yao Jinliang watched the two of them disappear into the horizon and said, "The strength of these two people is really not bad. They've improved a lot over the years. If I didn't have the intention to recruit them, I wouldn't have said so much nonsense." Wei Qing said, "Why are you so late? This time, the opening of Langya Heaven is extremely not simple. After taking over the Jade Book Pavilion, we still have other important matters to attend to. Yao Jinliang chuckled and said, "There was indeed some delay." This time he turned around and cupped his fists at Wei Wuya. "Greetings, Lord Wuya." Wei Wuxiang waved his hand as a greeting. "Everything will be under Wei Qing's command. I'm just a follower." Only then did Yao Jinliang withdraw his gaze. His eyes swept over Luo Qingyun, and his pupils shrank. He snorted, "Who's this kid? He looks like he's gonna blow up the heavens, and it's making people very unhappy." Li Yi and Luo Qingyun stood together, and when Yao Jinliang's gaze swept over, Li Yi's face was full of flattery, and he bowed his head and smiled obsequiously. Luo Qingyun, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his back, his long robe fluttering in the wind. He looked neither humble nor humble, which made Yao Jinliang quite unhappy. He's always been like this. He's always been condescending and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. Seeing that Yao Jinliang was up to no good, Li Yi was overjoyed and quickly started to sow discord. "Oh? He doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He's really cool." Yao Jinliang's face turned cold. He took a step toward Luo Qingyun, and a violent killing intent immediately swept out. Luo Qingyun took 2 steps back and clenched his hand into a fist. A dragon's roar swirled out and slapped toward the surging killing intent. Bang! A ray of green light exploded in his palm, dispersing the surging killing intent on Yao Jinliang's body and causing it to disappear without a trace. Yao Jinliang's face darkened. At the same time, he was shocked. He also knew Luo Qingyun's identity and background. "Good kid. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The burying cloud beast opened its mouth and roared. Its demonic chi turned into a sharp astral wind and shot out like snowflakes. "Enough!" Wei Qing was displeased. He shouted in a deep voice and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. All the strong winds that were like snow immediately shattered. "We're already late and have delayed the time. How much longer do we have to make a scene?" Yao Jinliang's eyes were cold as he stared at Luo Qingyun and said, "I'll let you have your way this time, but you won't be so lucky next time." Luo Qingyun didn't make a sound. He only let out a muffled groan and returned to his previous expression. "Attack together with me. Let's not waste any more time," Wei Qing said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the Jade Book Pavilion. After taking a few steps, he seemed to feel something and turned around. He found that Yao Jinliang was still standing in the same place, not moving. He immediately frowned and said, "What's wrong? I'll help you this time, but don't forget to fulfill my promise," Yao Jinliang said after some hesitation. Wei Qing's face sank, and a sullen expression appeared on his face. "What nonsense are you spouting? When have I failed to keep an appointment? If I didn't try my best to save you, would you still be alive and kicking by your side?" The burying cloud beast cried out in a low voice, shaking its body. Yao Jinliang patted the buried cloud beast's forehead and nodded. "After all, this is a rare opportunity. If I can't break through this time, I'm afraid I'll be stuck at the peak for the rest of my life with my talent." The pupils of Luo Qingyun and the others contracted, and light shot out from their eyes. Even Nanfeng Xian, who had been calm all this while, was slightly moved, as if her thoughts had been stirred. Wei Qing said, "Don't worry. This matter is not only related to everyone's future, but also my own. I won't joke about it. As long as we are united, we will be invincible among the forces that enter Langia heaven." "All right." Wei Qing's words seemed to have given them a great deal of encouragement. They all took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to boost their spirits. "Let's start." Wei Qing took the lead and walked towards the Jade Book Pavilion, followed by a few people. A powerful aura surged out of their bodies, almost condensing into a physical substance, rumbling forward. That Jade Book Pavilion seemed to have sensed something, and the azure light that filled the sky began to converge. The surroundings became blurry, as if it was going to break through the sky. Right at this moment, the 10 flags within a radius of 10,000 feet suddenly fluttered in the wind, transforming into 10 giant beasts that roared over. They directly changed the world, as if they had returned to the primordial era. A powerful demonic aura lingered and suppressed the Jade Book Pavilion. Boom! The green light on the Jade Book Pavilion suddenly brightened, scattering those 10 vicious beasts that had taken human form. The spiritual light on the building flickered non-stop and directly rushed into the 9 heavens. "Attack!" Wei Qing shouted as he formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a huge golden seal appeared in the void and fell like a mountain. The spiritual light above the Jade Book Pavilion fluctuated like water. The big seal caused the water to ripple, but it could not get close to 1,000 feet. Yao Jinliang also suddenly made his move. The ghost's domain was unsealed in the air, and he directly slashed it down. The blade light turned into a fierce beast that ran wildly, attacking the spiritual light on the Jade Book Pavilion. Boom, boom, boom. A large amount of spiritual light exploded under the slash, turning into snowflakes that fell from the sky. Everyone felt that this was a little strange, but they did not have time to think about it. Luo Qingyun, Li Yi Nanfeng Xian, and the Cloudbarrier beast all attacked at the same time. The powerful force was like a volcanic eruption, turning into a hurricane that swept out. Wave after wave, it surged on the spiritual light, shaking the Jade Book Pavilion back and forth. Only Wei Wuxia remained standing with his hands behind his back. Under the terrifying spiritual pressure, his expression was calm as he looked on. Under the joint efforts of several people, the spiritual light of the Jade Book Pavilion was continuously scattered, and the entire building swayed in the wind and rain in the air. All of a sudden, the green light in the pavilion dissipated, and dozens of martial artists flew out. It was as if they had been forcefully spat out. What's going on? Those martial artists who were originally studying divine arts and martial techniques in the pavilion suddenly felt a huge tremor. Then they were forcefully dragged out by a force. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful attack continued to come in from the outside, hitting the spiritual light, and at the same time, the martial artists were all hit by it, and some of them spat out blood on the spot. "What are you guys doing?" Someone immediately understood the situation and shouted in anger. "Not good. They seem to want to destroy the Jade Book Pavilion. We will also die. My God. It's Lord Wei Qing from the Holy Region. That's a divine control martial sovereign. And the city lord of Red Moon City. Stop. What are you doing?" Under all kinds of shocked and angry voices, everyone immediately knew the identity of the person who had come. Their faces were all deathly pale, not understanding why they wanted to attack the Jade Book Pavilion. Bang! One of the weaker martial artists could no longer withstand the attack from the outside and exploded on the spot. Everyone immediately woke up with a quiver. If they allowed this to continue, they would die without a doubt. "Hurry up and kill these bastards. They want to kill us," someone immediately roared. Several powerful energies exploded first, and several tyrannical sword lights slashed out. In the face of death, these people who didn't know each other became united. All kinds of swords, fists, and palms were thrown out of the spiritual light. For a moment, not only did the Jade Book Pavilion's spiritual light recover by more than half, but it also broke through outside, catching Wei Qing and the others off guard. They also did not expect that there would be so many strong people in the Jade Book Pavilion, and their expressions changed one after another. Moreover, among these strong people there were even a few people from the Holy Region. If they stopped, then the Jade Book Pavilion would definitely take the opportunity to escape. Wanting to suppress it again would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Wei Qing's face turned cold and he made a prompt decision. Kill them all! A surge of killing intent spread out from his body. His right hand's 5 fingers made a grabbing motion, and a ball of white light flew around in his palm, becoming stronger and stronger. Nanfeng Xian's heart trembled, and a perplexed look appeared in her eyes. In order to take over the Jade Book Pavilion, killing everyone in front of her, was that right? She asked herself, but she did not dare to think about the answer. She was afraid that once she thought of the answer, it would be difficult for her to attack and continue. He forced himself to be numb, and there was only one word left in his mind. Kill, 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 kill. Kill, 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 kill. Nan Fengxian's eyes turned scarlet red in an instant. With a hoarse shout, a jade bracelet flew out of her hands and directly rushed into the spiritual light, shaking a martial artist. She made a hand seal, and the jade bangle exploded with a bang, turning into countless jade blades that slashed in all directions, killing several people. At this moment, under the fluttering of the 10 vicious flags, 10 birds and beasts circled and ran in the sky, bringing with them a thick gray fog. Soon, everything was enshrouded and nothing could be seen clearly. However, everyone's hearts trembled, as if there was a stone pressing on their chest, and it was difficult to relax. Wuxia raised his head, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the mist to see what was happening within. All of a sudden, a deafening beast's roar rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The burying cloud beast also felt a tremendous pressure, and its body prostrated on the ground, shivering. What's going on? This shocking pressure is overwhelming. Not only Yao Jinliang and the others, but the people around the Jade Book Pavilion also raised their heads in horror. The fog gradually dispersed, and a huge monster covered the sun, pouncing down from the sky. The monster was in human form, brown in color, and looked like a ghost. It was unusually ferocious. Boom! The monster landed on the spiritual light, causing the Jade Book Pavilion to tremble. Then, the monster slowly merged its body into the spiritual light and passed through it. The people inside were all shocked, their faces as pale as paper. Roar! After the monster rushed in, it immediately swung its fist at the martial artists, taking several lives in an instant. Follow me in, Wei Qing shouted with a serious expression. Kill everyone. Leave no one alive. Since he had already started killing, he couldn't leave anyone alive. If this matter were to spread, it would have a great impact on him and the holy region. Like the monster, they slowly tore open the spiritual light barrier and rushed inside to fight with the cultivators. A moment later, the sky was filled with the stench of blood, and no one was left. Nan Fengxian's face turned pale, and she could not help but throw up in large mouthfuls. Meanwhile, the monster raised its head to the sky and howled a few times. Its body instantly turned into a giant, and it suddenly grabbed the Jade Book Pavilion with both hands. It directly opened its mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Boom, boom, boom! A rumbling sound came from inside the Jade Book Pavilion. The green light flickered continuously, but it was helpless. It was completely unable to break free from the monster's hand and was swallowed bit by bit. Wei Qing's face was filled with joy as he stretched out his hand and shouted, "Flag!" The 10 people 10,000 feet away all trembled and suddenly threw out the ominous flags in their hands. The 10 rays of light fell into Wei Qing's hand and turned into the only big flag. He grabbed it and waved it in the air. Countless runes flickered on the flag. The monster's body moved and turned into a brown light, flying into the flag. Its image was imprinted on the flag, vivid and lifelike. Ha ha ha! Wei Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a flip of his hand, he kept the 10 fearsome flags into his storage mystic artifact. Not bad. To be able to successfully obtain this item, everyone's contribution is not small. Wei Qing was extremely satisfied as he praised everyone. Looking at Nan Fengxian's pale face, he consoled, "In this world, there are gains and losses, and it's difficult to have both. If you don't kill them, you'll lose even more in the future." Nan Fengxian's face was ashen, and she remained silent. "Humph," he snorted. Yao Jinliang sneered disdainfully. He put the demon ghost twist on his back and said, "Now, can we go and find Phoenix Feather?" "Of course, the heavenly Phoenix Feather is the most important goal of my trip." Wei Qing nodded and smiled. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So you're here for the Phoenix Feather. That thing isn't so easy to get." A strange sneer sounded in the air. Everyone's expression changed drastically. With their strength, they actually didn't notice anyone approaching. Wuxia turned pale with fright. He was the strongest among the group, so he didn't notice anyone. "Who is it?" He suddenly shouted and stretched out his hand to grab the source of the sound. Bang! The void exploded under his claw. Not only that, but the crack was also torn in all directions, and in an instant it was several acres wide. However, the mocking voice came from behind them again. He laughed and said, "Good strength. I wonder if I've chosen the right person?" The space twisted, and a figure gradually appeared. He was slightly fat and had a burly appearance, like a country bumpkin, but he was dressed in gorgeous clothes. "Who are you?" Wei Qing shouted with a gloomy face. Although Langya Heaven was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, he didn't expect there to be such an expert. "My name is Li Yunxiao." The country bumpkin chuckled. "I'm Li Yunxiao." "Nonsense. Who the hell are you?" Wei Qing almost spat out blood as he glared at him. "Well, it seems that you all know Li Yunxiao. Well, you can call me Wu Deshang." The country bumpkin touched his belly and grinned. This name was extremely unfamiliar to Wei Qing and the others. They all frowned and could not remember it even after searching their memories. "Is it a fake name?" Luo Qingyun frowned. "Hee, haha." Wu Deshang couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he said, "No one in this world remembers my name. So what's the difference between a real name and a fake name?" "You rascal, you don't even dare to reveal your real name," Wei Qing said coldly. Wu Deshang gave him a contemptuous look and said slowly, "It's said that Wei Qing is also a figure in the current generation. Why would he use such a childish method to goad me?" Wei Qing remained calm and coldly snorted. "Since you don't want to say, then forget it. What did you mean by phoenix feather?" Wu Deshang looked at him with a smile and whistled. "Didn't you all want to look for phoenix feather? Furthermore, he's hoping to use his heavenly phoenix power to advance to the next level." Wei Qing knew that the conversation just now had been heard by this person, so there was nothing to hide. He said, "That's right. Is there a problem?" "Hee, no problem. But what makes you think you can find phoenix feather?" Wu Deshang said with a profound look. "Although you're hiding your identity and acting like a rat, you're still quite powerful. Why would you use such a low-level method to goad me into action?" Wei Qing immediately ridiculed. "Haha, interesting. Then I won't beat around the bush with you. I'm also here to look for phoenix feather. We have the same goal, so we can help each other." Wu Deshang said frankly. "What a joke. Since we have the same goal, we are mortal enemies. How can we help each other? Is your excellency's brain damaged?" Wei Qing was angry and laughed at the same time, feeling that this person in front of him was really inexplicable. Wu Deshang wasn't angry. He chuckled and said, "It turns out that you don't even know how many feathers the heavenly phoenix has, and you're already boasting that you're looking for phoenix feathers. Isn't that a joke?" Wei Qing's expression changed, and the others were also surprised, as if they had heard something. "You mean the celestial phoenix has more than one hair?" Yao Jinliang asked. When he said this, even he himself was stunned for a moment. Since it was a bird, it couldn't have only one hair. "The ancient celestial phoenix was the most powerful being in the Phoenix clan," Wei Wuya said in a deep voice. "No one in the world has ever seen it, so who knows how many feathers it has. Moreover, even if there are many, how many can be left behind? It's already good enough to find just a few." Wu Deshang laughed. "This old man is quite realistic. That being said, it just so happens that I know the number of phoenix feathers in this heaven of Langya." "What? This is impossible!" Wei Qing exclaimed. After calming down, he said, "Langya heaven has existed for tens of thousands of years. The situation inside is changing at any time. Even if you have a little clue, it may not be accurate." Wu Deshang laughed and said, "Aren't you just trying to cheat me of the information I have? Just tell me directly if you're willing to cooperate or not. If you're not, then I'll just leave." "Hold on." Wei Qing shouted in a low voice and said coldly, "Sir, you come and go as you please. How can there be such a cheap thing? Tell us your cooperation plan first. If it's feasible, we can consider it." If it's not, you have to leave something behind before you leave. Tisk tsk, you're threatening me. Do you want me to make the plan as broad as possible under the Lord's abuse? Tsk. Tsk. It's a pity that I've never been afraid of anyone since ancient times. Wu Deshang sneered and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The plan is very simple. Each of the heavenly phoenix's feathers has 27 feathers, and the most precious one is the tail feather. Among the 9 tail feathers, the 3 main feathers are the most valuable. There was at least 1 main tail feather in Langya heaven. My condition is very simple. That main tail feather will belong to me, and the rest will be up to you. Wei Qing couldn't help but laugh angrily. Haha, are you sure your brain isn't damaged? Only the most important main tail feather will be yours, and the rest of the feathers will be ours. Yes. Wu Deshang nodded. Wei Qing raised his middle finger and said disdainfully, You can get lost now. I can't be bothered to ask you to leave anything behind. Get lost. Although the distribution seems unfair, Wu Deshang said unhurriedly. Without me, you might not even get a single strand of hair. You don't have to worry about whether I can get it or not. Do you know what the word scram means? Wei Qing sneered. Wu Deshang was about to say something, but the sky suddenly changed and darkened. In the silent sky, tiny fireflies began to appear, trying their best to light up. They were also like lanterns, illuminating a limited area around them. However, there were more and more of these fire-fluorescent stones, and they were arranged in an orderly manner, filling the sky. Between the fire and fluorescent lights, the light was unstable, like an illusion but also like reality. There seemed to be palaces in the ethereal air, not like a scene of the human world. This by-in. Wei Qing was shocked and suddenly looked up at the sky. Everyone was shocked at the same time, not knowing what had happened. Wu Deshang's expression also changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal and said, The space created by the heavenly phoenix's true plume, the eternal world you mentioned, has finally appeared. He let out a long breath, his eyes flashing with a complicated gaze. The world of eternal life. The expressions of Wei Qing and the others changed drastically as they exclaimed, Could it be that the world of eternal life was formed by the 3 true tail feathers of the heavenly phoenix? The number of fire sparks in the sky continued to increase, and they began to form various patterns that were dazzling and resplendent like stars. The patterns of all sizes gathered together and looked like a stunning tail feather that stretched across the sky. Soon after, the image of the tail feather began to disperse, but it soon turned into a phoenix pattern. It was like a heavenly phoenix in the sky, like a star since ancient times, fixed in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded by this vast and wonderful scene, and their hearts were surging. At the same time, in the heavy equipment tower, hundreds of experts flew up into the air and looked at the strange scene in the sky in horror. Is this the eternal life realm? It's like a phoenix. What a beautiful scene. Is this really the celestial world? The opportunity to become a god has finally appeared after so many years. All kinds of discussions came from midair and entered the ears of Yunxiao and the others. However, everyone was looking at the sky, and no one flew over impulsively. Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing also watched quietly, their eyes full of surprise. Gu Qingqing sighed and said, I can't believe the eternal world is so beautiful from the outside. True dragons and heavenly phoenixes are existences that are closest to the heavenly Tao. Mu Xing said calmly. They have an extreme sense of beauty in themselves. It's just that we've been here for too long and didn't notice it. Isn't it beautiful inside? Yunxiao asked. Inside. Gu Qingqing's expression was a little strange. She exchanged a look with Mu Xing and chuckled. You'll know when you go in later. In that case, let's go. They can't wait. Figures began to fly into the sky one after another. Yunxiao was much calmer. After all, he was already an immortal, and he did not expect to get any benefits. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong with Fanny. She was originally dressed in red, but at this moment, she looked even more vibrant, so bright that it was as if she was burning. Fanny, are you all right? Yunxiao asked with concern. But when he looked at Fanny's face, flames began to burst out of her body, and her forehead and cheeks were covered in sweat. The sweat was as red as blood, which was a little scary. My whole body is so hot, and my chest is a little stuffy. In contrast to her red body, Fanny's lips were pale and she looked terrible. Gu Qingqing was shocked. Could it be the suppression of the heavenly phoenix? Yunxiao was very worried as he said in a deep voice, "It must be. Since the eternal world is formed by the power of the heavenly phoenix, it's only natural for Fanny to be suppressed by the power. Why don't you stay in this tower and cultivate instead of going to the eternal life realm?" "No, I want to go." Fei-Anai's tone was firm and her eyes were pleading. "Husband, I think this is my best chance. If I lose this chance, I don't know when I will be able to enter the true immortal realm." "Now that the rules of the 10 directions have reappeared in the world," Yunxiao said, "it won't be difficult for you to enter the immortal realm with your talent. The true force of the celestial phoenix is indeed very beneficial to you, but if you can't withstand it, I'm afraid it will backfire. I'm worried that your body will be in bad condition." Fanny shook her head and gritted her teeth. "I'll definitely be able to take it. The bloodline of the celestial phoenix is extremely rare even in history, let alone the true force of the celestial phoenix. I'm afraid there won't be a second chance like this. Let her go. With everyone taking care of her, I think she'll be fine," Chu Hongyan said in a low voice. She could not bear to let Fanny stay when she saw how determined she was. Fanny immediately looked at her gratefully. Chu Hongyan smiled and nodded her head in encouragement. "All right," Yunxiao said. "Since you've made your decision, let's go together. If there's a situation, you must listen to the command and not be willful." He remembered that he still had the Divine Realm tablet. If he really couldn't handle it, he would put Fei-Anai into the tablet. Although the true force of the heavenly phoenix was strong, it was impossible to penetrate a realm and exert pressure. "Yes, husband. Thank you, my husband." Although Fanny was being suppressed and felt extremely uncomfortable, she still jumped up happily and almost pounced forward. After the discussion, everyone also flew up into the sky and rushed towards the huge heavenly phoenix true shadow. Under the vast and magnificent scene, everyone's respect was born, and a kind of hot blood surged in their hearts. Gu Qingqing said, "Follow me. It's hard to locate the place if you're not familiar with the eternal world. Don't get lost. I won't be able to find you." A moment later, Yunxiao and the others flew up 10,000 miles into the sky, only to find that the true shadow of the heavenly phoenix was so huge that it was impossible to see its full appearance at a close distance. It was filled with fluorescent light like the Milky Way, but its true appearance could not be seen clearly. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he pierced through the heavenly phoenix's true force to get a glimpse of the world of immortality. It was actually a vast continent, but there was no sunlight. The fiery red fluorescent light could be seen everywhere, becoming the only source of light, and it seemed a little dark. There was not a single trace of life on the entire continent. It was just bare rocks and rolling mountains. It was like the beginning of the world, and nothing could grow on it. It was a completely barren land. While they were hesitating, everyone's bodies had already come into contact with the true force of the phoenix, but it easily penetrated through. The true chi didn't have any offensive power. It was like a layer of water that was tens of kilometers long and completely separated the two worlds. Fanny's body trembled slightly and immediately felt the warmth of the sun. The suppressed discomfort disappeared and she became more energetic. Yunxiao and the others had also noticed the abnormality. The true force of the heavenly phoenix condensed into tiny beads on her skin, and just like the fluorescent light, they kept seeping into her body. Fanny saw everyone's concern and quickly said, "I'm fine. This power is like honey. It makes me feel very comfortable and warm, as if I'm home. I'm afraid that if I continue to stay here, I won't be willing to leave." Yunxiao was relieved and said, "That's good. You can find a safe place to concentrate on your cultivation and breakthrough." Gu Qingqing said, "Let's go to the place where that person is in seclusion. The only energy in the eternal world is this phoenix fire phosphorus stone. It's also the source of the power of this heaven-protecting river that is tens of kilometers long. Everyone will find an abundant phoenix fire scaly stone mine to cultivate in seclusion. The phoenix fire scale stone Gu Qingqing mentioned was the red fluorescent light Yunxiao had seen. The fluorescent light could be seen everywhere on the barren land, scattered all over the continent, but not concentrated. In this heaven-protecting river formed by the celestial phoenix's true power, one's divine sense couldn't be spread out at all, and even the visibility of the wondrous spiritual eyes was very low. Everyone slowly moved forward. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they finally emerged from the energy river, and the vast and boundless land appeared in front of everyone. "It's so beautiful!" Fanny's heart suddenly throbbed, and she praised him from the bottom of her heart. Although the rest of the people also felt that it was majestic and magnificent, the darkness between heaven and earth made this world feel a little more depressed and uncomfortable. Fortunately, from time to time, the light of the phoenix fire scaly stone would flash out of the rock formation, giving it a different kind of beauty and also a pleasant feeling. Yunxiao spread out his divine sense, and other experts within 1,000 miles entered one after another. As soon as they set foot on the continent, they began to scurry around like headless flies. However, most of them were using their abilities to excavate the phoenix fire phosphor stone. After all, this thing contained the true power of the heavenly phoenix and was indeed a rare treasure. Gu Qingqing also noticed it and cursed. "They're causing trouble the moment they come in. What a bunch of worms!" She placed her hands in front of her body and a ball of green light slowly appeared. A tiny needle was floating in the green light. It trembled continuously and finally pointed in a certain direction. "Follow me closely. The terrain in the eternal world is hard to identify and changes frequently. Even my needle with fixed coordinates has to be used multiple times to avoid going in the wrong direction due to changes in the terrain." Gu Qingqing raised her hands, and the blue light seemed to have a mind of its own. It wrapped around the pointer and flew forward on its own. She led the others to follow. Looking down at the glowing phoenix fire phosphor stones everywhere, Yunxiao could not help but ask. "It's said that this is the manifestation of the feather of the heavenly phoenix in the eternal world. How much power is needed to form such a vast continent and contain such a powerful true force of the heavenly phoenix?" Gu Qingqing smiled and explained. "I had the same question when I first came here. The celestial phoenix only has 3 true tail feathers. They are the most precious. This continent was created by them, and the birth of these phoenix fire phosphor stones had been slowly nurtured by absorbing the spiritual chi of the phoenix nest and the realm of heavenly martial arts. The tens of kilometers long heaven-protecting river is to lock the spiritual energy within it and prevent it from dissipating. As for the 4 array eyes of the Jade Book Pavilion, Heavy Equipment Tower, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and Emperor Pill Tower, other than sealing the true body of the world of eternal life, their other function is to continuously absorb spiritual energy from the outside world and inject it into the sky. This is why they can maintain their operation for many years, causing the consumption of spiritual energy to be extremely slow. This is indeed a big project. I wonder who built this eternal world and set up so many arrangements? Yunxiao asked the main point in his mind. Since the eternal world is known as the land of gods, it must have appeared after the demon seal, right? In the past 100,000 years, there have been countless almighty experts. I wonder which expert did it. Gu Qingqing pondered for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter who did it. After you see that person, you can ask him anything you don't understand, as long as he's willing to tell you." Everyone was very curious about the person that Gu Qingqing was talking about, and they couldn't wait to see him. Everyone followed the pointer in the green light, and just as Gu Qingqing had said, the direction of the pointer kept changing. It adjusted a few times, and sometimes it even went in the opposite direction. Along the way, they also met some martial artists. Most of them were alone, and at most, they were in groups of 3 or 5. They didn't have a strong purpose, and were all absorbing the true force of the celestial phoenix to cultivate. When these warriors saw Yunxiao and the others, they all showed a strong fear and hid far away. Several hours later, they flew over a barren mountain. Gu Qingqing suddenly stopped and looked down with a serious expression. Yunxiao had already seen the broken limbs scattered on the ground below. Clearly, someone had been killed here, and more than one. Strange. There's nothing strange about this place. And there's no treasure here. So why would there be a bloody murder? Chu Hongyan frowned. The broken bodies on the ground made her feel nauseated. There are many reasons to kill people, Yunxiao sneered. Most of the time, they just kill people because they don't like the look of them. But most of the people who can come to Langya Heaven have a certain strength or background, Chu Hongyan said. No one would kill someone for no reason. Yunxiao touched his chin and thought for a while, then said, if that's the case, they might be mortal enemies, and we just happen to meet. Gu Qingqing didn't say anything, staring at the green light in front of her, and suddenly said, it's not that simple. Look at the needle. Everyone looked over and found that the pointer in the green ball was pointing directly down. Ah! The few of them were dumbfounded, unable to react. Is there a problem with the needle? Asked Fanny in a daze. Gu Qingqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, there won't be any problems with the needle. It's only the spatial direction that has a problem. Let's go down and take a look, but be careful. At this time, there was no other way. The needle pointed down, and even if they wanted to leave, they didn't know which direction to go. Moreover, everyone was bold because of their skills, and they flew down without thinking. As soon as everyone's feet touched the ground, they immediately felt something strange. A circle of energy slowly spread out under their feet, as if they were stepping on water. Mu Xing suddenly pointed to the ground in front of them and shouted, quickly look! Not far away from them, a blue sigil had appeared on the ground out of nowhere. It flickered on the ground as if it had suddenly appeared. Gu Qingqing's face also changed slightly, and she was a little panicked. What is this? Yunxiao asked. What is this? Gu Qingqing said, the seal of the forbidden area. In the eternal world, no one knew how many old monsters there were, but everyone had their own territory. In order to avoid being disturbed, they would leave this mark on their territory to tell others that this place was theirs and that they were not to trespass. The consequences of trespassing into someone else's forbidden area are very serious. Could it be that these corpses were killed because they broke into this forbidden land? Chu Hongyan asked. Gu Qingqing's expression changed, and she nodded seriously. It's very possible. Everyone be careful. She looked at the green light in front of her and was suddenly stunned. The needle inside suddenly stood straight and pointed into the sky. He pointed back? The spatial coordinates might change frequently, but it's rare to see something so strange. Perhaps the anomaly here has affected the direction of the indicator, Mu Xing said suspiciously. Gu Qingqing said, that's very likely. No matter what, let's follow the needle first. Since this is a forbidden area, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave before the owner of this place shows up. Just as they were about to fly away, the space around them suddenly became blurry. The scenery around them changed, and they were the only ones left in the vast expanse of white. Gu Qingqing was shocked and hurriedly cupped her fists. I don't know which lord is here, but we accidentally barged in. We hope you can forgive us for our offense. She called out several times, but there was no response. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Suddenly, Yunxiao's voice came, cold and mocking. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? We were flying perfectly fine in the air, but it was clearly the master of this place who harbored ill intentions towards us and had deliberately tricked us into coming down. We've finally fallen into his trap. Will he let us go? As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening rumble could be heard. All the illusory worlds in front of him suddenly collapsed at this moment. The scene shattered into pieces like glass and finally disappeared from the world. Everyone returned to where they were and saw Yunxiao holding the Tusada heavenly peak in his hand. The six-colored light circled around the peak and then retracted, becoming simple and unadorned. It was clear that he had destroyed all the illusions with one strike. Feiyang is right, Chu Hongyan said coldly. The people here must be playing tricks. I don't know how they changed the direction of our needle. I see. What should we do now? Fanny was shocked. What else can we do? Yunxiao laughed hideously as he looked around and said in a cold voice, Since this undying old man dares to have designs on us, we naturally have to dig him out and give him a beating. No! Gu Qingqing was shocked. The people who could live in seclusion here were all peak experts of each era. Who knew what level of existence they were? But Yunxiao did not listen to her. Instead, he threw the Tusida heavenly peak at the blue mark of the Forbidden Land. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge pit was created in front of him. The entire mountain peak was razed to the ground in an instant. The earth was also torn apart, and a huge tremor spread far and wide. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light rose up from the ground like the sun. A man with a jade-like complexion sat cross-legged inside the light. He made a hand seal in front of him and slowly opened his eyes. He was filled with anger and shouted, "You little rascal! How dare you destroy my forbidden area?" His eyes, however, were fixed on the Tusida Peak. He was shocked and filled with fear. "You're still pretending." Yunxiao sneered as he urged the Tusida Peak to roll forward and crush into the golden light. The man made a hand seal, and a golden light appeared in his palm. He slapped it forward. Boom! The golden light was shattered the moment it touched the Tusida heavenly peak. His face was filled with shock as he hurriedly flew up and fled a few thousand feet away. Wherever the Tusida heavenly peak passed, space would spin, and it was dizzying to watch. What kind of profound level weapon is this? The man cried out in horror, and then his face turned grim. He glanced at Yunxiao and the others, knowing that he had met some tough guys. Gu Qingqing stepped forward and said, "My friend, I am also a person who has been sleeping in the eternal world. I just happened to pass by and had a small misunderstanding. We won't disturb your cultivation any longer. We'll take our leave." She didn't want to cause too much trouble. The man's pupils suddenly contracted, and light shot out from his eyes. He said in surprise, "You're also someone from the inner realm? Could it be a swan and eye?" Gu Qingqing nodded. "That's right. The realm gate is open. You can go in and out as you please." The man's face was filled with shock, and it took a while for him to recover. He said, "The day has finally come." He raised his head and looked at the few of them. "Since it's a misunderstanding, I won't pursue it. I can see that this little girl has a deep relationship with me, so I'll stay here for the time being. The rest of you can leave." He raised his hand and pointed at Fanny. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Their expressions changed, and even Gu Qingqing didn't say anything. "Haha, funny. Actually, all of us have some history with you. We won't be leaving. Come, let's get together." Yunxiao could not help but laugh as he beckoned at the man. "What's your name? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a good profound level weapon in your hand. The eternal world is not a place for you to behave atrociously." The man's eyes flickered, and his face became fierce. He said in a cold voice, "I don't even know where you were when I was dominating the realm of heavenly martial arts. How dare you act arrogantly in front of me? Yes, you're awesome, we're afraid of you, okay? Darren is high and mighty, we can't look up to you, so we can only beat Darren up first and then talk nicely." With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao took back the Tusida heavenly peak and immediately burst out with a murderous aura. The rest of the people immediately understood and attacked. Bu Zi and the other two hesitated for a moment, but they also helplessly attacked. They took out their profound level weapons and rushed forward. Only Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing were left, watching the scene with their arms crossed. "Damn it! You really dare to make a move against this lord." The man was furious. In his era, he could command the wind and the clouds. He could kill gods if they blocked his way. No one in the world dared to say anything. However, just as he was raging, hundreds of sword lights suddenly appeared in his surroundings. They were filled with killing intent and emitted a faint white light. A beautiful figure flashed in front of him. Chu Hongyan slashed with her sword. The sword light around her moved with the purple cloud sword, turning into a powerful sword momentum. At the same time, Yunxiao clenched his fists, and a large amount of thunderbolts formed into balls of lightning in his palms, which he then threw out. Although the thunderbolt was not strong, its power was astonishing. The man was shocked by its momentum and was caught off guard. The purple cloud sword pierced his shoulder, and blood burst out. "Damn it!" The man roared in anger. A circle of golden light appeared in front of him and turned into 5 human skulls. Ghostly fire flickered in their eyes and they spun under the seal of his hands. The skull opened its mouth, and a large amount of sword light and lightning was sucked in, devouring them. "Go!" The man pointed with his fingers, and the ghostly fire in the eyes of the 5 skulls immediately expanded, burning the entire skull into it. It turned into a huge face that flew into the sky and roared as it pounced at the crowd. Clang Chu Hongyan raised her sword and slashed. The purple cloud sword stabbed into the ghost fire and into the skull's mouth. The gem on the sword flickered and transformed into thousands of sword chi, which overflowed from the skull and fought against the ghostly fire. Bang! The purple firmament sword trembled, and a sword radiance shot out. The huge skull exploded instantly, sending out countless sparkling ghostly flames. "What?" The man was shocked. He sucked in a cold breath and said in horror, You can actually kill my ghost. If I can kill ghosts, I can also kill you." Chu Hongyan took a step forward, and the space under her feet shrank into inches. She appeared directly in front of the man and slashed with her sword. The man's expression became calm. He knew that he had met a strong opponent, but he did not panic. He extended 2 fingers and pinched the sword with a clang. His 2 fingers turned golden, and tiny runes could be seen on his fingertips. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and 2 of the remaining 4 ghosts flew over and bit Chu Hongyan. Suddenly, the space above them started to spin, and the Tusada peak slowly descended from the vortex, pressing down on the man. "It's this kind of gravity-profound weapon." The man was taken aback. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Chu Hongyan. He quickly retracted his fingers and retreated in a flash. Chu Hongyan suddenly pulled back her sword and swept it out before she took a step back. Several sword lights hit the 2 ghosts, shaking them down to the bottom of the Tusada heavenly peak, before she turned around and fled. Boom! The 6-colored spiral light on the Tusada heavenly peak was like a meat grinder. Under its pressure, the 2 ghost goons let out shrill cries and were crushed. On the other side, E had just stabbed a long spear into the ghost's head and went through it. Then, he smacked down with his palm and shattered the ghost into pieces. The man stood there in a daze, feeling that the scene in front of him was a little unreal. Of the 5 ghosts that he had once dominated the world with no equal, 4 had been crushed after he had thrown them out. The last one had also fallen into a bitter battle under the siege of Buz and the others. Crimson light flashed from Mo's body as he appeared behind the man. His spear pointed straight at the man's back. The man quickly turned around, and his 2 fingers turned golden. He pointed at the spear and knocked it away with a bang. Then, he closed his 2 fingers together like a sword and pointed at the judge's heart. Bang! Yi's heart was pierced by the sharp golden light and immediately exploded, creating a bloody hole. The man's ecstatic mood instantly fell to the bottom. A sneer appeared on Mo's face. He didn't retreat but instead advanced, his entire body turning into a bloody shadow as he shot forward. Could the 5 ghosts and the golden finger Kasaya be Pang Yun, the notorious murderer who loved to kill people and slaughter cities? Gu Qingqing muttered. Within the blood-red light, the golden rays pierced through the blood-red light, but the blood-red light became thicker and thicker, and finally completely wrapped around the man. Swish! A dazzling golden light streaked across the sky from the sea of blood. A ray of light flickered out from within and turned into the figure of a man. He was staggering. The attack just now had consumed too much of his energy. At this moment, his face was pale and he couldn't care about anything else. He turned around and wanted to leave. However, a sword light flashed in front of his eyes. Chu Hongyan had been waiting for a long time. Hundreds of sword shadows appeared under the Zixiao sword and surrounded him like a fence, cutting off all his escape routes. Yi had also returned to his true form from the blood-red light. He stood in the air coldly and looked at him with ridicule. Who are you? Why are you forcing me? The man finally panicked. He looked around, not knowing who was in charge, and finally stopped at Gu Qingqing. Gu Qingqing laughed. You're so good at bullshitting. Who was the one who forced me first? Since it's a misunderstanding, there's no point in continuing the battle, the man said. Please leave quickly. Now you know you don't want to fight? Yun Xiao sneered. Don't you think it's a little too late? Let me ask you, why did you scheme against us? The man's expression changed slightly. He denied it. I didn't scheme against you. You entered my forbidden area by accident. Go on. Yun Xiao waved his hand and shouted. Keep fighting. The thunderbolts on his body rose into the sky and turned into a thunder dragon. He attacked again, and a blood-red light slashed down like a blade. Under the combined efforts of Feini and the rest, the last ghost was finally defeated. A huge hole appeared on its head, and all the green ghostly flames disappeared as it fell to the ground. Stop fighting! The man turned pale with fright. He was not afraid of Yun Xiao's lightning, but the blood-red light from the lightning strike terrified him. Moreover, he was surrounded by sword qi, which made it impossible for him to escape. He could only take the beating. Boom! Several attacks landed on his body, and he immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't get hard anymore, and he quickly begged for mercy. Yun Xiao stopped the crowd and asked, Are you clear-headed now? I'm awake, Ingluo. The man's face was full of bitterness. He had no choice but to lower his head. However, he was extremely unwilling. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would become a fish on the chopping block. Yun Xiao snorted and said, Don't think that you used to be so awesome. Times have changed, and the new generation will replace the old. I've seen too many old and rotten people like you who are self-righteous and show off their qualifications. Since you've lived to this era, you have to abide by the rules of this era. You have to bow your head obediently in this era. The man's face was blank as he listened. He felt that it did make some sense, but he still felt that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Yun Xiao scolded him, then said, Why did you scheme against us? The man said honestly, That little girl should be the heavenly phoenix nirvana body. TSK, this is good stuff. If I can get it and use the heavenly phoenix power here to cultivate, my strength will break through to an unimaginable realm. When Yun Xiao heard him say that he wanted to seize the heavenly phoenix nirvana body, his killing intent immediately burst out, and he said coldly, To sacrifice others in order to improve your own cultivation, it seems that you are not a good person. Gu Qingqing said, I've heard of a murderous demon named Pang Yun. His characteristic is that he can control 5 ghosts. Seems like it's you. The man was stunned for a moment, but he admitted it immediately. He was quite emotional and proud. I didn't think that someone would still remember my name. As for sacrificing others, isn't that normal? It's indeed not very rare. Let me ask you another question. How did you detect the heavenly phoenix nirvana body from far away? Yun Xiao asked the biggest question in his heart. His eyes fixed on Pang Yun. Under his gaze, no one could lie. Pang Yun's heart trembled for some reason. He felt as if his soul was being peeked at. In his shock, he did not dare to hide anything. This eternal world was created by Feng Ling, and all the energy we've absorbed over the years is related to the heavenly phoenix. With such a powerful heavenly phoenix power flying over my territory, I naturally sensed it. That simple? Yun Xiao frowned. Is that simple? It's that simple, or perhaps my insight into all sorts of strange powers is stronger? Pang Yun thought for a moment. Yun Xiao knew that Pang Yun was not lying, but he still turned to Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing. I didn't think of this before, Mu Xing said. Pang Yun was right. I could sense the extremely strong power of the heavenly phoenix when this little girl stepped into the heavy equipment tower. Gu Qingqing's face changed slightly. That's troublesome. That person's residence was still very far away. On the way, God knows how many people would sense the heavenly phoenix nirvana body and come out to cause trouble. It's better for her to enter your divine realm tablet. Divine realm tablet. Pang Yun's face changed drastically as he stared at Yun Xiao in horror and said, You have the divine realm tablet? Although the divine realm tablet was the top secret of the continent, All the people who lived in the eternal world were once the top of the continent. Don't. Fanny firmly opposed it and looked at Xianxia with a pleading look. Husband, this place gives me a great feeling. I feel that I have touched the barrier of martial arts. If I stay here for a while longer, I will definitely be able to break through. Xianxia thought for a moment, then said, all right, you stay outside. We'll be careful. The people here are not to be trifled with, but are we to be trifled with? As for this Pang Yun, how do you all think we should deal with him? Pang Yun's expression changed. Of course he's letting me go. We have no grudges. It's just a misunderstanding. Xianxia looked at him coldly and mocked. Misunderstandings can also kill people, and misunderstandings usually kill people easily. Pang Yun was shocked and became extremely alert. He said angrily, I was also a powerful figure in the past. How could I let you do whatever you want to me? At most, I'll just fight you to the death. I don't believe that I can't pull a few people down with me. His eyes were fierce, and his expression was detestable. He was indeed a veteran at killing people. Gu Qingqing knew that he was just trying to be brave, but she still said, let him go. There's no need to waste time here. If the shockwaves from the battle are too great, I'm afraid it will attract other old monsters. The gains do not make up for the losses. Yes, this lady is right. As long as you guys let me go, I can give you a spatial coordinate. With your strength, you might be able to obtain that thing, Pang Yun said immediately. What is it? Gu Qingqing was also curious. Pang Yun chuckled. The eternal world is formed from the feathers of the celestial phoenix. Do you know how many feathers there are? And which are the most precious? Gu Qingqing scolded angrily. Don't you feel ashamed to test us with such common sense? The heavenly phoenix had 9 feathers on each of its wings and 9 feathers on its tail. However, the 3 true feathers on its tail were the most precious, as they contained almost half of the heavenly phoenix's power. It said that the eternal world was formed by one of the true tail feathers. Pang Yun's eyes flashed as he said, that's right. Then do you know where the 3 true tail feathers of the heavenly phoenix went after it died? Gu Qingqing's face changed, and even Mu Xing was moved. Even they didn't know about this secret. Pang Yun chuckled and said with a smug look, one of them was refined by that lord and turned into the world of eternal life. The whereabouts of the other one was unknown. It was rumored that it had been lost when the celestial phoenix fell, and no one knew whether it was true or not. As for the last one, it's in the hands of an important person in the inner realm. Who is it? Gu Qingqing and Mu Xing asked at the same time. Even I don't dare to mention that person's name, but I have the spatial coordinates of his hiding place. With a flip of his hand, an exquisite square box appeared in Pang Yun's hand. When he opened it, a golden spoon the size of a thumb lay quietly on the square plate. Pang Yun turned the square box a few times, and the soup spoon pointed in one direction. Gu Qingqing's face was a little serious. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Haha, so what if it's true? Do I need to lie to you? Pang Yun laughed. If you're confident, you can go and try. If you don't, then you don't have to go. This needle is just a gift from me. After all, this thing is of little value to me, but to you, especially this little girl, it's a great opportunity. If I can get my hands on that heavenly phoenix's true tail feather, I can even reach the divine sovereign realm, let alone break through the martial path and enter the true immortal realm. Xianxia was quite moved by his words, and Fanny's blood was surging. The yearning for the strong and powerful made her tremble with excitement, and she looked at Xianxia with anticipation. Chu Hongyan smiled and said, Fei Yang, let's go and take a look. We have nothing to do anyway. If Sister Fanny can step into the divine realm, she'll be a great help to us. Gu Qingqing looked in the direction of Si Nan, and her face suddenly changed. She shouted, the person you are talking about, could it be that buy-in from the north? Even Mu Xing's expression changed when he heard this. Pang Yun looked at her with a smile and nodded. So you know about it too? Gu Qingqing's eyes were cold, and she said, you really have bad intentions, so you want us to die? Die? These words are so awkward. Pang Yun's eyes flickered as he sneered. I didn't say that you'd definitely get the true tail plume if you went. If there was such a good thing, you wouldn't have had a chance. The one in the north? Yunxiao asked. Is he very strong? Gu Qingqing thought for a moment. It's natural that he's strong. And the one in the north is not a human. He's the emperor of 10,000 demons during the demon-sealing war 100,000 years ago, she said. She glanced at the referee. What? The judge was shocked and shook his head crazily. Impossible. 100,000 years ago, if it was that generation's demon emperor, wouldn't it be Bian? Gu Qingqing nodded. It is the Fan Yao, known as the strongest of the 10,000 Yao. He was stunned for a moment. The divine power Yunxiao had given him was the most powerful cultivation technique of the Buddhist demon clan. Along the way, he had already begun to comprehend it. Although he did not gain much, he was gradually entering a better state and was in an extremely good mood. As long as he had enough time, he would definitely be able to comprehend it completely and advance his cultivation to a higher level. However, now that he suddenly heard that ancestral founder Fan Yao was still alive, it was like a bolt from the blue. Pang Yun glanced at Louis and chuckled. There's still hope. That Fan Yao is only rumored to be very powerful. But in reality, no one knows how powerful he is. Moreover, 100,000 years have passed, and she has also maintained her original body from being destroyed, so her strength will definitely only retreat and not advance. Who knows, you might be able to take advantage of her. Gu Qingqing snorted and said, Don't listen to his nonsense. Although there are many old monsters in the eternal world, I'm not afraid of them. However, there are a few forbidden places that no one dares to go to, and the land of Buddhist demons is one of them. No matter what, follow me to see that lord first. Whether or not you want to go to Fan Yao's to snatch the phoenix feather, you can also listen to that lord's suggestion. Where are you guys heading to now? Pang Yun frowned. Gu Qingqing glared at him and scolded. It's none of your business. Pang Yun immediately shut his mouth, but his heart was relieved. He could sense that these people in front of him were very calm, without any killing intent. His life was saved. All right, Yunxiao said. I'll go with you first. Without Pang Yun's interference, the needle immediately returned to normal. The few of them turned into rays of light and followed the direction of the needle. Pang Yun quietly watched them disappear before his eyes, and his face gradually turned serious. Divine Realm Tablet and Real Tail Feather. TSK, TSK. Interesting. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Since that person has the Divine Realm Tablet, he must be a destined person. It's very likely that he'll go to the north to look for the Heavenly Phoenix's true tail plume. In that case, I can sneak in and take a look. Maybe I can get some benefits from it. If that kid is killed by Fan Yao, he might have a chance to get the Divine Realm Tablet. Thinking of this, Pang Yun's heart heated up and his eyes lit up. He turned around and also transformed into a ray of light and left. After flying for a while, Yunxiao's heart suddenly moved, as if he had sensed something. Fanny, what's wrong? I feel like I've touched the barrier of martial arts. I keep trying to break through that barrier, but it's so vague. Every time I use force, it's like I'm hitting the void. I can't get the point. Fanny was a little anxious and her fretful expression was obvious. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. You've only touched it at the moment, and the accumulation of your strength has not yet reached the level of qualitative change. Calm your heart and slowly absorb the true force of the celestial phoenix. When the time comes, success will naturally follow. Yes. Fei and I acknowledged him and slowly calmed herself down. Gu Qingqing was a little worried. The true force of the celestial phoenix on Fanny's body is indeed too eye-catching. When we flew past the two places earlier, I could faintly feel that someone was spying on us. Just focus on your journey, Yunxiao said. Don't think too much. If Fanny breaks through the bottleneck, we'll stop and protect him. We'll leave after he breaks through.